What up, everybody? Glad you guys are here. Name is Deunta. Welcome back. Happy Thursday. America's a great place. Period. If you don't like it, you can leave. I had a good conversation with somebody today. I'm gonna share with you guys later. But let's get into this video. And also, I'm using StreamYard today. Usually, I use Riverside, but some odd reason Riverside is tripping. So I'm gonna use StreamYard to get this message across. StreamYard get this message across. I wish I had my banner up, but it's all good. Good morning. Good morning. Can you guys hear me loud and clear? Damn. Right. What's up, you guys? Good morning. Good morning. I'm using StreamYard today. I use Riverside, but for some odd reason Riverside is tripping. I'm glad you guys is here. Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm gonna fix it. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's reshare it. Let's see. Thank you guys for staying with me. Appreciate it.
And the longer we keep lowering the bar so nobody feels bad, the wider the gap gets. He's not asking for sympathy here. He just asking, why do we keep acting like this is normal?
What about now?
So, if the results are this consistent, why is the one tool that gives parents an exit suddenly gets treated like a threat? Like, why?
Let parents decide where to send their children to school.
Okay,
and for
good.
that, I was castigated.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
That's a no-brainer. And they said it was a racist thing. But
they called you a racist.
Oh, yeah. They said I was a white supremacist.
Want me to start that video over? You guys want to start that video over?
For that. You know, it's nonsense. We have examples of people, low income people, for example, who want to send their children to a private school, but they don't have the means. And so the best thing that they could do was to have them go stay with Aunt so-and-so, who is in a better public school system. And then the kids would lie and say that, this is where they live, so that they can go to this public school instead of the failing public school where they really live. And so we turned parents into liars. And then they say this is all for rich people. No. I remember I had one woman from public housing who said to me, she had talked to the previous Democrat governor, and he said, well, whatever money we give you, it wouldn't be enough anyway for you to go to a private school. And she said, give me the money. Let me figure out where the rest will come from. If I have to work 2 or 3 jobs, this is what I want for my child. So, and we have.
Yep, she flipped parties. Not because of any headline either. She flipped because she started walking the same street she used to ignore and decided she couldn't keep defending what she was looking at. And, this video is her footage. And then 5 more, that refuse to keep making the same excuses. So no filters. You're not going to soften the language. Just the receipts from people who used to vote the other way. Let's get into it.
This is Texas. This is not Minnesota, and it's not California. And it's time for Austin to turn red. I'm coming from the perspective as someone who used to
Vote red, do not be misled.
be a Democrat and then became a Republican during the last election. But I was also born and raised here in Austin, Texas. So I got some skin in this game. And I'm not just going to tell you it needs to turn red. I'm going to show you why it is so desperately needed. Come with me.
It's a shame. Yeah, they choose their brains years ago, Salty. Now they regret it.
I refuse to sit back and watch Austin turn into Los Angeles.
If you look at this video, it's almost as if something sinister has happened. I mean, look at the sidewalks, look at the graffiti. This is not something anybody wants to be walking past or even driving past, but look what's happened to a major city in America. And you know what it reminds me of? It looks just like California. I mean, California is worse, but I mean, this is pretty bad. Just people lounging, doing nothing all day, most likely just collecting benefits. But what is going on here? If we look at the comments, it looks like Texas don't claim Austin anymore. It's sad, but it's true. I agree. I moved here from California, and Austin reminds me of the reasons why we left California. Vote red. People want to vote red, vote red. I'll never understand why people keep screaming to turn Texas blue. Because if you turn Texas blue, this is what you get. You get this kind of California-esque hellscape of it's like zombies walking around, littering, graffiti. And I mean, nobody would ever want to walk down this sidewalk. I mean, it really is just kind of gross. So what exactly has happened here? If we look at the demographics, it looks.
Here we go, you guys. We got Tom Martin. We got another person that's a piece of shit, full of his feelings. Trump derangement syndrome. There's no proof that Trump's a pedophile. You must be a pedophile because nobody's talking about Trump in this video. We talking about making sure Texas stay red. You talking about some damn Trump. Fuck you and your feelings. Name is Deunta. Welcome to the chat.
Looks like non-Hispanic white is about 47%. And look at the Hispanic population. So it's at 32%. So 1 out of every 3 people is now Mexican in Austin. So it seems like that has been rising. And that's kind of what happened to Los Angeles and California in general. White population declined, Mexicans just exploded.
I bet your uncle's a pedo too. You love your uncle too, don't you, Tom? I'm saying Tom Martin. I'm pretty sure you got somebody in your family that's a pedo. You love him, don't you? You probably got touched, you nasty ass. Welcome to the chat. Name Deunta. I don't care about your feelings.
And now you kind of just have this like food vendors on every sidewalk.
Facts over feelings on this channel.
Everything just kind of starts looking like a slum. I mean, there might be some correlation with the demographic shift and then what you get here.
Because Trump named in the Epstein file doesn't mean anything, dude. And that shit is played out. You don't even care about the victims. You only care about Trump naming it. That's how I know you full of shit. Fuck you and your feelings. You only care about Trump name mentioned in it. You don't care about that Rippy Goldberg name was in it. Brooklyn Barack, you know what I'm saying? Brooklyn Barack, King Jeffrey, he was in it. Ellen, all of them was in it. Because I'm black, I can't be MAGA. Come on, man. They go show how low key you are. And as far as the party switch, it didn't switch. I voted Democrat. I learned my lesson. I voted for Obama one time, which I never did. But it's funny how you get on this people's chat and trying to tell us what to do, how to think. I'm a grown man. I don't need you to tell me what to do. That's crazy. And your feelings.
Okay, so y'all listened to how calm she was. You know, that's the part that really hits. She wasn't like screaming. She's not pointing.
Joe Biden took a shower with his daughter. Do your research. Get out your feelings. You want to know about that, though? You don't want to read about that. It's easy. Just Google it. Joe Biden took a shower with his daughter, Ashley Biden. She was terrified. She had to take showers late at night. So her daddy Biden wouldn't touch her.
You know, well, she's actually pointing, in my opinion. Yeah, she's pointing. Tents, trash. People living in the middle of the city that spent over $1 billion trying to solve the exact problem. This exact problem. The same people who lecture the rest of the country about compassion all the time somehow keep producing more visible suffering in cities that control the longest.
Again, you guys only care about the Epstein file because Trump name in it. Other than that, you guys didn't even care about it. You don't even care about the victims. So fuck you. You don't even care about the victims. And that's sad. Trying to get you a got you moment. I did Trump. Right. Better. Jesus Christ. What the heck is going on around here? Work with me, people. Appreciate you guys staying with me. So until I get this together, can you guys hear me? What the heck? Okay. This is fucking StreamYard. It's just terrible. Terrible. What about now? Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. So like I said, this morning I had went to the store to go pay the lottery. And as I went to pay the lottery, I got my Trump hat on. And the lady was like, hey, I noticed you got your Trump hat on, 45, 47. And she showed me her shirt, and her shirt says 87, 47, 86, 47. And we both looked at each other, we both just laughed about it. Like, oh, I'm a Trump supporter. Obviously, you want Trump to die or don't be the president at all. And we both say, it's America. You agree or disagree. I bought my lottery tickets. She served me, and we had a good time. We had no problem. I know where she stand, and I know where she stand. And I'm not gonna go back to the store. I'm gonna still go to the store. She didn't give me no attitude. She didn't treat me funny and nothing like that. We both laughed at the situation, like, wow, that's funny. I'm a black man with a Trump hat on. She's a white woman with a shirt saying she want Trump taken out. But once again, she served me. I bought what I needed, no problems. We had no issues. I'm not gonna tell you guys, hey, don't go to the store because she don't like Trump. Don't go there, ban her. No, I know where she stands. She know where I stand as a customer and her as an employee at the store. I'm gonna still go there. And then before I had my hat on, I always had my hat on anyway that I go to the store. It just coincidentally that today she had that shirt on. And it was cool. I didn't get mad. I didn't frown up. She didn't get mad. Nobody had, what I'm saying? It was a good conversation. It was brief. It was simple. In and out. Yeah, I was wearing my Trump hat. I wear the black one or I wear this one. And I always get a nod or a fist bump. Well, yeah, you know he's doing a good job trying to kill him. Period. Nobody touched Obama. Nobody touched Biden. Soon Trump get in office, they trying to kill him, put him in jail, lying on him, sparing the man's name. Don't care about the victims. Just want somebody to look bad, as if they perfect. Sad, sad, sad. We're going to get through this video eventually, guys. On the real, we're going to get through it.
Concerned about a police shooting than they are about the fact that 70 Black people need to be fucking better. We, in some of our neighborhoods, we're dirty and we're fucking up the neighborhood and throwing trash and we're vicious and we're angry and we're destroying it and we're hurting animals and shit. Then you have nerve to say, I cannot fucking believe.
So this woman is no stranger to the channel. She's in her car crying and furious because she watched kids stump a mother duck. She's not talking about the system this time. She's talking about the houses those kids walked out of that morning. You know, the part that, you know, usual voices never want to sit with is simple. When children can do that in public and the adults around them, you know, act surprised, the problem didn't start on the sidewalk. It started years earlier when nobody corrected the first 10 things those kids did wrong. That's just what it is. You know, she said the quiet thing with her whole chest. Nobody wants that energy near the house, including me. And she's right, you know, to be tired of sitting here trying to pretend otherwise. Now, I want you to take the same lack of, you know, preparation and stretch it across an entire generation.
Why is that not a state of emergency in the Black community? Why do we have more people that are concerned about a police shooting than they are about the fact that 70% of your children are not prepared for the future? Do you know that in China, if that was to happen in China, they would stop the presses. They would stop everything. That would be the #1 national priority. Because do you know what children become when they
Crazy. Jesus.
So nobody feels bad, the wider the gap gets. He's not asking for sympathy here. He just asking, why do we keep acting like this is normal? So if the results are this consistent, why is the one tool that gives parents an exit suddenly gets treated like a threat? Like, why?
Let parents decide where to send their children to school. And for that, I was castigated. That's a no-brainer. And they said it was a racist thing. But
they called you a racist.
Oh, yeah. They said I was a white supremacist. They said I was a white supremacist for that. You know, it's nonsense.
Again, apologies, you guys. This is a little annoying. Because I usually use Riverside, but all of a sudden Riverside's not acting right with the internet. So I'm using SteamYard. So I'm glad you guys with me. Appreciate it.
Sense. We have examples of people, low income people, for example, who want to send their children to a private school, but they don't have the means. And so the best thing that they could do was to have them go stay with Aunt so-and-so, who is in a better public school system. And then the kids would lie and say that, this is where they live, so that they can go to this public school instead of the failing public school where they really live. And so we turned parents into liars. And then they say this is all for rich people. No. I remember I had one woman from public housing who said to me, she had talked to the previous Democrat governor, and he said, well, whatever money we give you, it wouldn't be enough anyway for you to go to a private school. And she said, give me the money. Let me figure out where the rest will come from. If I have to work 2 or 3 jobs, this is what I want for my child. So, and we have like this one, I'm thinking about this one private school that's in the public housing community. And the kids walk from public housing right across this beautiful private school that was not built with taxpayer money, but from donors who wanted to see change.
What's up, Magic Man? How you doing?
And the kids are thriving. They're doing so well.
Okay, so Winsome is a Black immigrant, I'm learning.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Once again, I'm using SteamYard, so the Riverside. So be patient with me. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already.
And the mother. She's not confused about what failing schools do to kids who don't have a second option. The people who already have money move. I'm just saying. The people who already have connections transfer. But the second a mother in a zip code with a bad, with a, how do I say, a bad report, scores wants the same type of freedom, it becomes a racial issue. And that's not protection. That's control dressed up as concern.
Right.
Parents don't need another lecture. They need the ability to leave a building that is failing their children in real time. And while we're on the subject of what people claim will finally fix everything.
40 acres and a mule, we're past that now, y'all. It's 2026. We need cash. We need our reparations in cash. No, we're not giving it to the government to do nothing with the programs or nothing like that. Like one of these senators, I forgot what, I think it was the senator of South Carolina, who was out here saying, oh, we need to give, the only way we can do reparations is by giving it to the counties, and then we're going to district. No, we're not playing with y'all, because we already know that y'all, we're not playing with that no more. We want our reparations directly. We want it directly in our accounts. Okay, $500K each. We're not doing the fucking 40 acres and a mule. We need our cash in our land. We need the 40 acres in cash. You know what I'm saying? And the cash. We need both.
She said we need both. All right, so she looked at the new number, $500,000 plus land, and said it's still.
Shadow Pop, how you doing? What's up?
Not because she's cold, because she's watched the same cycle before, right? Money without structure, without discipline, without a different set of habits doesn't become generational wealth. It becomes a weekend, a wardrobe, another complaint 12 months later. It'll never stop is the point. The graphics behind her aren't feelings, they're budget numbers. And numbers don't care which party you vote for.
Thank you, Dakota, for that. Thank you for the Discord. Everybody know about the Discord. Thank you, Dakota.
All right, y'all. Last one. No charge, no speeches. Just a person who saw the footage and just refused to clap.
When you're Black, you're never really lonely, because there will always be a white person all up in your business.
And when you're white, you're never really lonely because there's always going to be a black person trying to be a victim somewhere. You and I both watched that.
The wolf.
Didn't see anybody doing anything. First of all, the girls had a concert. Everybody's recording. You decide to record yourself, and then you realize that there's people behind you. But you didn't care about the black people behind you. You cared about the white person behind you.
Selective
Why?
outrage.
Why? Why did you have to use the sound? Because you're racist. You're smiling because you're racist. You think this is funny because you're racist. This sound is racist. This trend is racist, while literally proving they are indeed, in today's society, especially in 2026, the most racist race in society. Nobody is doing this but y'all.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't try to explain this away. He didn't soften it a little bit. He just said, look, stop it. Like that Michael Jordan means, stop it. You need some help. Sometimes the most useful thing a person.
Yeah, he's on X, formerly known as Twitter, but yeah, he's definitely on X, the wolf. He be coming with some stuff, man. Some good facts and good memes. Yeah, check him out on X.
What she can do is refuse to keep performing shock while the same behavior keeps rolling on. That's really the entire clip, and somehow it's still more honest than most of the official responses we get. So you just watch the woman walk away from the party she grew up in because the street stopped matching the speech. The handshakes wasn't matching the conversation. Then you watch the mother break down over children who were never taught basic respect for life. A professor, called the education.
No, Rambo, I'm being Deunta Rants and Rave. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. And fuck your feelings. Let's start with that. Number one. Adults are in the room. Facts over feelings. I'm being Deunta. I got my own channel, my own brand. Welcome. Enjoy the video.
Gap what it actually is, which is an emergency. A lieutenant governor refused to let school choice be radicalized. A woman look at a massive cash demand and say the math.
Right, Lewis. These people, you know what I'm saying? They don't care about the victims. They just want to say, oh, see, I told you Trump did something, but nothing there. They want to talk about how Ashley Biden mentioned her diary, how her father wants to take showers with her. Now, at the time, since he want to take showers with her, she had to take her bath late at night. So he want to be taking the showers with her, but nobody want to read the diary. At first, the diary was a hoax. Now it's real. The laptop, Hunter Biden laptop was a hoax. Now it's real. Do y'all research. If you're going to talk about Trump, talk about Biden. You know what I'm saying? Get out your ass. Stop with the TDS. You guys are obsessed when Obama was president. Everybody in mama bought Obama's t-shirts out the gas station, fucking hats, coats, everything out of a gas station. But you guys want to talk about us MAGAs wearing a MAGA hat. Tomorrow you came from China. But you sons of bitches got everything Obama on the planet. And all that shit came from China. Especially came from a gas station or Walmart or your mom and pop store. You serious? Let's get it. Let's continue.
It isn't good enough. It doesn't work. We're going to need it in all. It's just, by the way, I don't support reparations, so I did it. And a man who simply said the behavior has to stop. None of these people were looking for applause. They were looking at the results. The cities with the longest one-party control keep producing the same visible failures. The
Texas,
low
what's
test
up?
scores, the excuses to stay creative, and the people who point at the actual outcome gets treated like the problem. That's a refusal to measure anything by what it actually produces. You need courage to look at the fruit and stop calling it something else. So, if you made it to the end of this video, I want you to write the word fruit. That way I know you actually sat through the whole thing.
So somebody want to mention about Officer Taylor?
April 2025, Frisco, Texas. track me
Somebody-
ring, a tent that didn't
Well, somebody mentioned my Austin Tatum, but here you go.
belong to him. Carmelo Anthony stabs Austin Metcalf in the chest. June 2026, a jury says murder, 35 years. Then the appeal file opens and the phone messages come out. A knife photo, quote, I'm low-key on the verge, and that line about stabbing somebody and licking the blood off the blade. Those messages were not in front of the first jury. So I want y'all to watch the dad first, and then I want you to watch who still wants a parade. Now,
Yeah, kind of find out both the boys are pieces of shit. You know what I'm saying? One went to jail, one passed away. And I wish none of those situations have happened to either one of them. Prayers for the family, and prayer for forgiveness and healing for both of the families. On the real. But yeah, Austin, you know what I'm saying? He was a bully. And Anthony, you know, he was a psycho. And they clash. Sad. That's why I gotta stay prayed up, you guys. We gotta stay prayed up on the real. That should never have happened. And it should never have been about race. Right and wrong, it's not about race, it's about the person, the character.
now, Jet Metcalf is not doing a press tour for sympathy. I want to say that. He's answering.
And so when it came to the court case, both sides agreed not to smear both the boys' name. And he went from there. But at the same time, they had a plea deal. And the parents want the money. So he could have had a lessened sentence. But they didn't want it. They want the money. And once again, they had a gentleman's agreement not to smear each other's name. And they did. And they didn't. But now, since it's out here we go.
a question about race, and he takes it home.
I think he said some foolish things, some crazy things, but
Good morning.
at
Good
least you know
morning.
where he's standing. And at least he's honest about what he's saying. At least he's standing on business. Listen to Jeff Metcalf take accountability for his son's behavior and actions. Roll the clip.
For the first time since the judge denied the appeal of Carmelo Anthony, we're hearing from the father of Austin Metcalf about new details released in court.
Gut-wrenching.
Jeff Metcalf says he didn't know all the accusations about his son's behavior.
Sean, what you trying to write? I don't know what you're trying to write. I don't understand it. Welcome to the chat.
In court, lawyers say Austin Metcalf previously got in trouble for graffitiing KKK, kill all black people, used the N-word, and bullied a black student.
The stuff that came out, I'm not proud of my boys for doing that. They got punished at home for that behavior. I don't condone it. It's not what I believe.
Jeff Metcalf,
Time
who
out.
has faced criticism.
I will pay $1,000 right now to Carmelo Anthony's family if they would come out and say the same thing that he just said. I don't condone it. It's not right. I'm not proud of it. And I've disciplined them for the behaviors that they've bestowed or they've shown. I want to hear.
Right. He not saying they didn't do it. He owned it. The man owned it. That's what I'm saying. Accountability. He just said, my kids ain't right. My son wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? And what's the problem with that? Nothing. Nothing at all. But you guys want to just paint a narrative. These lefties want to paint a narrative so bad. Nobody is perfect. We all make mistakes.
Here, Carmelo Anthony or any other black person. Now, I'm not going to give you 1,000. It's just his family. But any other black person that's in here defending Carmelo Anthony, how about you say you don't condone his behavior? You don't condone him bringing a gun to school, drugs. You don't condone him trying to bring a gun to a state fair. You don't condone the message of him talking about killing his girlfriend and all this other crazy stuff he was doing.
Man.
But the problem is these type of people cannot take accountability for anything.
Criticism for his own racist comments, said at an event for the foundation he started in Austin's name that he doesn't want people to judge his son only on a snippet of his life.
I would ask these people, did you know my son personally?
The appeal also contained new revelations about Carmelo Anthony, including that he threatened an ex-girlfriend and texted repeatedly about violence, including writing, "When I stab somebody, I'm going to lick their blood off the blade." In a new statement to ABC News, Anthony's attorney says his legal defense is not intended to diminish Austin Metcalf's life or his family's grief. These new details from court were kept secret as part of a deal the lawyers made before the trial, which Jeff Metcalf says he didn't know about.
Do I wish it would have come out? Yeah.
From both sides, you wish all the information come out.
Look, when you got 20 pages versus 75, and then these words versus these words.
He says if a jury knew, he thinks they would have doubled Anthony's sentence.
And, you know, I get accused of taking sides.
You tell him, Red Hood, you tell him.
Just a rational person. If I'm not looking at either one of these boys' colors or nothing.
Oh, that. A man whose son is in the ground still found the words, I don't condone it.
No, just that. Officer Metcalf's father said he forgive Carmelo Anthony. He said he forgive him. Carmelo Anthony's side, nobody said nothing. Nobody said nothing. But you keep on saying people was racist. It seemed like the black people was more racist than the white when it comes to this situation on the real.
Democrat media trained a whole generation.
Frank White, if you talking about my hat, fuck you. How about that? If my hat offend you, take your stupid ass somewhere else to another channel. Or stupid shit ever. Got your feelings. Let's continue.
To treat that sentence like a trap when it comes from the wrong last name. And like violence when you ask the other family for it. That's not justice, man. That's not at all. That's quite literally a costume. If Austin's worst pages belong in the file, Carmelo's group chat belongs in that same file. Not because of skin. No, because a blade and a daydream about licking blood is not a snippet. That's a mind literally rehearsing. I don't know what else to add to that. Left rhetoric needs Austin to be the story's villain in the footnotes so Carmelo can stay a child in the headline. You know, the witnesses that day, including black ones, said Austin asked him to move politely. You know, politely or aggressively. That's neither here nor there. The texts are not about that afternoon's weather. They're about appetite. You know, a funeral did not cancel this man's standards. Don't let a hashtag cancel yours. So after the father talks like a father, we go outside.
To let them see that, you know, we're not forgetting about him. We're not turning our back against him. This is something that we want, because if they don't give him a fair trial, as they have already not given many others a fair trial, they're going to continue to do that. We have to remember. That's right. And we have to remember, Worski said that this is how they do business here. So we have to let them know, well, that business ain't going to continue.
You're right. Triggers and offend them. So guess what? That's good. Be offended. Need to be. Get your feelings. Like I said today, I had an encounter with a lady wearing an 86-47 shirt. I got my Trump hat on. And we both got along with no problem. No problem at all.
Continue to work. We have to change that. And the only way we can change that is actually showing up boots on the ground.
What's up, grandson?
It's all good.
How you doing, man?
Protest, shout and everything.
What up, what up? You can't really see me.
Okay. So this is what failed ideology looks like when it leaves the comment section, in my opinion. The ruling is murder. And they still are out here, you know, basically chanting, release him. Basically, I ain't hear them say it, but I'm just saying they rallying together to free him on that idea, you know, or release him, whatever, you know. That's not mourning, right? If anything, that's a political product. Democrats spent years teaching that a crowd with the right slogans outranks a verdict. Then he acts shocked when the crowd doesn't go home after 35 years. You can hate the sentence and still admit a knife at a school meet is not a misunderstanding. These folks need the story more than they need the boy.
We all know any sporting event, you cannot bring no weapons, period. School, ground, sporting events, no weapons. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, unless you're a cop. And even security for schools, they don't have no guns. So I don't understand why people are trying to get all confused with this. If these parents go to school and know the school's rules, they'll know that you can't do that. But since these parents don't know what's going on with the school, they thinking it's okay. He was bullied, so he needed to bring it. No. It's called let the parents know and tell the teachers, and the teachers and the parent and the principals. So everything can be documented. So therefore, if he does attack somebody, he'd be okay and secure because it's been documented that he's been bullied, whatever. But it's not the case. You wanted to stab somebody.
Stories don't do time. People do. They obviously don't show up to weigh evidence. They show up to try to keep the mascot alive. Now the part they booked as leadership. Y'all remember this? I want y'all to see Terrence's take on this.
The new Black Panther Party. Yeah.
Oh, this is hilarious. Terrence gonna go off on this lady. She can't breathe as she talked, but I'm gonna let him go and cook.
And we're gonna get their view on today's recusal of the judge.
Oh, Black Power, yeah. Well, it's about goddamn time. All power to the people. That's the first step. Now we need for Carmelo to be released. All of the racist acts that took place under Judge Roach, from them not letting people come into the courthouse when it's supposed to be a public hearing, from them not giving the jury instructions on self-defense, so Carmelo would have never got a murder case in the first place. He would have had the jury would have had the option of man.
Who said it was a cleat sharper than what the? Let me read this chat. What the heck? No, with no cleat sharper. It was a knife.
Slaughter from the racism.
Okay, so let me get this straight, okay? This is the new Black Panther leader. This right here, what I'm looking at right in front of me.
Right.
This is the new leader for the Black.
Yeah, you know, that's the news. News be on bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But no, it was a folding knife. Literally, it's a folding knife. You can Google it. And you will see it came from Walmart. Maybe like $5 to $10 for that.
Community? What is she lit? Oh Lord, I'm trying to be nice.
Crazy stuff. I'll put it back up. Gotta get my phone charger right quick so my stuff will not die on me. Yep. I got you guys. I gotta step away right quick, get my charger, and it bumped. This thing's so sensitive. Okay.
You can't even breathe. You're fighting for your life. You want the Black community to follow after you? Follow you where? To go to corral to all you can eat? Only place I'm following you to is Popeye's Chicken, because I know you know good and well where the good chicken is. I follow you to a good chicken spot, okay? But anyways, on a serious note, y'all, I'm so sick and tired of these because they ain't nothing but a bunch of racists. Yes, they are. And to all the people who say Black people can't be racist, you a damn lie. Most of these people fighting for Carmelo Anthony are just a bunch of freaking racists. They want this Black boy to be free because he killed a white boy. Because they don't think it's that serious. They don't take it. They don't care that he killed somebody because the boy was white. That sounds racist to me. But I'm getting sick and tired of these fake ass, excuse my language, okay? These little fake ass leaders who claim they care about Black people. If y'all really cared about Black people, speak up and say something about all the killing that is going on in Chicago. When you have children out there being gunned down, innocent kids, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. Elementary kids being gunned down, and y'all don't have shit to say. Not a damn thing. Oh, y'all quiet when it comes to black kids being gunned down in Chicago. Y'all know why y'all don't give a damn about that? Because those black kids are being killed by other black people, and y'all don't care about black people unless a white person is involved. And that right there is what you call racism. Because if you really cared about black people, you would go to Chicago, you would speak up about about a bunch of these cities in America where a lot of black on black crime is happening. You would speak up, and you would go to those communities, standing up to the gang members and the drug dealers. Y'all are fake. Y'all don't care about black people. Y'all don't give a damn about anybody. All you care about is making money by promoting racism and dividing people. And I'm sick of this shit. Carmelo Anthony is right where he belongs, in prison. And to be honest, he should be in there. As long as Austin is dead, Carmelo should be in prison. And Austin is not coming back. So Carmelo Anthony should not come out of prison. He should be in there until his last days. He don't deserve to be free. He killed an innocent boy. You don't bring a freaking knife to school to a track meet. You don't even do that. Who does that? Who brings a knife to school to stab somebody? A killer. And a killer belongs in prison. I'm sick of the racism coming from. I don't like anybody that's racist. If you white and racist, I don't like you. If you black and racist, I don't like you. I don't like no racism at all. I don't care who it's coming from. But right now, a lot of this racism is coming from these Carmelo Anthony supporters, a bunch of these racist ass black people. And I don't want nothing to do with y'all. I don't want anything to do with y'all.
Now, leadership, according to him, that can't finish a sentence is still asking you to overturn a body. Now, this is the Democrat racial machine with the mask off, all right? The identity is the argument. The dead teenager becomes an inconvenience. The knife becomes a, prop the community doesn't have to pick up. Call it what it is. The ideology, it does not produce fathers like Jet Metcalf. It produces microphones and excuses. It tells young men the highest moral act is never, disappointing the chant. That's how you raise defendants and call it liberation. Terrence isn't doing a bit here. He's pointing at, a church essentially that replaced commandments with skin. I'm just saying, man, if your revolution needs you out of breath and to kill out of prison, it isn't a movement. No. That look like a tantrum with a logo attached to it. Now, same case, new magic trick. I want you to watch the judge change races in real time.
The whites are showing their low IQ. Now, how are we celebrating the new judge by celebrating the old judge being taken off the case because he's racist? Well, we already know it was another chance that another racist judge is going to be put up there. However, we wasn't celebrating that the new judge was up there, right? Think, motherfucker. Also, show me a picture, a comment, a post where I was celebrating the new judge being put up there. No, we were celebrating the motherfucker that was being racist and biased in the case getting taken away from the case. It seems that y'all can't stay out of black people business, and I feel sorry for y'all because y'all don't have no culture, no life, nothing unique about y'all. So y'all gotta be in our business. It's sad, Crackerjack. I know it's sad that nobody will fight for your little white life, but we're going to continue to fight for Carmelo. Like, there's no stopping, babe.
Now, the road was holy when they thought recusal meant a redo.
Oh, bonnet.
You know, the road became Klan the minute it said no new trial. That's not a legal theory. That is a toddler's rule book with graduate school vocabulary. You know what I mean? Like, liberal rhetoric does this every single cycle. Institutions are I say, sacred until the scoreboard disappears or disappoints, or both. Then every referee is bigoted and every rule is violence. You don't get to baptize a judge on Friday, you know what I'm saying, and then, excommunicate him on Saturday because Carmelo stayed convicted. That's not
Dakota, you
speaking
wild.
truth to power. That's shopping for a parent. Yeah, the judge didn't convert overnight. Your story's just lost, all right? Now, this is another person, no crowd to hide in.
Judge has just ruled in the Carmelo Anthony case saying no new trial. Come on, sip a little tea with Auntie. Let's talk about it. I don't understand. What I don't understand so much about this trial is the fact of the matter. Y'all knew the first judge was biased as hell. Y'all pulled him off the case. George Roach off the case. Y'all took him completely off the case to get a new judge in, bring in some new information saying the reason why y'all feel like he should get a new trial, and then that information still not be good. Y'all basically still say, give him that 35, slap him in his face with 35. How, y'all? How when everybody knows? Maybe something different in different cultures, but me personally, I'm an African-American woman.
You know that.
In my culture, growing up, being raised, my mom and my dad and them told us that if somebody hit you, you hit them back. And if somebody was 2 or 3 sizes too bigger than you, you pick up something, you knock them out, you do whatever it is that you have to do to protect yourself at all costs. Me, myself, as a mother now, I teach my children the same thing. If they bigger than you, you know you can't whoop them and they trying to cause you some harm, pick up something and knock their ass out with it.
She missed the whole narrative when they asked him to leave. He was trespassing. So go ahead and trespass. She's not even telling the narrative. Idiotic parents, man. Low IQ. Yeah, defend yourself. But if you in the wrong place, leave.
I teach my children that now. So when this actually happens, this is what happened to our young men for defending themselves. That man, I'm going to forever say, Carmelo was in fear of his safety, and that's the reason why he reacted the way that he reacted. No, you can't make me believe he intentionally wanted that to happen to that young man. Y'all don't think that baby has to wake up, and I'm going to call him a baby because he ain't even lived life yet. That baby wants to wake up every day, and live through what he did over and over and over again, especially for the next.
Yeah, this lady is very low IQ. She did no research, just all in her feelings. I get she's a parent and all that. That's cool, but you got to do better as a parent. What she's talking is dangerous. Period. That boy came up there and wanted to stab somebody. He said he wanted to do it. Yeah, so Chad, once again, when people come here, they want to talk crazy. Yeah, let them talk crazy. But if they had a bot, get them out of here. And they ain't trying to have a good conversation, get them out of here. Because chances are more likely they're gonna keep on coming back to the channel anyway. They keep coming back. And most of all, they be disrespecting me a lot. Most of you guys in the chat as well. So my thing is F their feelings. Let's pray for them. You can kick him out. They'll be back.
35 years of his life because these people won't give him a fair trial, and he never had a fair trial. Nobody can't make me believe that trial was fair. They kept all the people out. He didn't have a jury of his peers. He didn't get up there to speak and say what happened his own self.
Because he didn't want to speak. And then on just that, the black people that was supposed to be on a jury, they said they couldn't do it. They said they couldn't convict him because he's black. They should have had just waited to get the trial started, then have their opinion from there. But they went in and said they couldn't do it. So don't act like, oh, the black people didn't get a chance to speak, to be on trial, to be the jury. It's their fault. See how she's talking? She got a platform and she sounds very stupid. No research. You know she didn't read the part where he said he wanted to lick the blade when he stabbed somebody and lick the blood off the blade. She missed all that part. Or she did, she don't want to hear it. She gonna block that out and go over here. Sad. Selective outrage is amazing.
Who knows better what happened in him himself? He never made it to the stand or none of that, y'all. Bias is held, the whole court case, the state of Texas, our judicial system, everything is a fucking joke, and they proved it over and over and over again. Prayers for
yeah, she's definitely danger to her kids. She's straight sending her kids off. Her kids gonna be in jail or something else. That's crazy as hell, man. You know she on EBT. Look how big she is. All them damn sugary drinks she's drinking and eating. Complaining. Ain't nobody being racist. Do your research. Ain't about no damn race. No research. This boy said he wanted to shoot somebody, want to stab somebody, and his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, told on him. And then an hour later, he ended up stabbing somebody. I wish they had called him then.
Carmelo Anthony, y'all and his family, I pray they stay strong throughout this process, y'all. And I pray one day that young man gets to walk free, y'all, because this is way too much and everybody knows.
Keep his ass in there. You talking about stabbing somebody, looking the blade? Keep your stupid ass in there. Period. And I pray that you find Jesus. On the real. Other than that, no, man. He had premeditated that shit. And like he just had bullied. No, he wanted to do it. He fantasized about it.
Knows it is. Thank y'all for sipping a limo tea. What ain't tea by y'all?
Now, feelings are real. But feelings are not emotion. Not emotion, emotion. Texas didn't deny her, personality. Texas denied a do-over after a jury already sat through a murder case. The Democrat habit is to treat every disappointment like newly discovered evidence. It isn't. It's the same facts with just worse lighting. It's like my lighting I'm having trouble with. But if your whole moral system collapses because one judge didn't give you the sequel, you were never watching a trial. You were watching a fandom. All right, this is the last one.
Right, facts
this
over
last
feelings,
one is
always.
The group.
Always facts over feelings. Feelings are good, but sometimes it can be dangerous.
Chat coming true in 4K.
Recuse! Motion! Granted! Bitches is mad! Bitches is mad!
Jesus
All right,
Christ.
so Carmelo Anthony was denied a new trial, and of course, that was the correct legal decision. In addition to being the correct legal decision,
right, if they had went with this new trial, it'd have been worse for Carmelo. These people are idiots. Let the case be. And now that this evidence is out that he wanted to stab somebody, it be. On the real. Part never get out. This shit's so sensitive. On the real. They protecting him?
I'm going to streaming universities, but most importantly, free Carmelo.
see, supporters of Carmelo Anthony believe that Carmelo was entitled to murder any white teenager that he felt like.
Carmelo Anthony is not getting a new trial. And after what came out in the court last week, I have questions.
This white judge that don't want to let this black innocent young boy go because he don't want to be the white judge that let a black boy go for offing a motherfucking white teenager in self-defense.
Whoa.
Has just ruled in the Carmelo Anthony case saying no new trial. Come on.
We having some technical difficulties here.
As you guys can see, ain't just me. And this video recorded hours ago. Yeah, something going on with the internet. They want the truth to get out. I see. This is ridiculous.
I think my internet just went out.
See, you know what I'm saying? It's
yeah, I think my internet just went completely out. However, I think we were able to gauge the point here. You know, they filmed the hope, then they filmed the no. That's why this montage hits harder than any, than another speech right now. You can watch a belief system expire in under 2 minutes right here.
We got Kimberly Gray in the building. Appreciate you pulling up this morning, sister. What up, Wolf Park? How's it going, man? You got to come in here with a howl or something, Give me a howl. What's up, wifey? How you doing this morning? Wifey got up this morning. She was up before
these companies and letting them know that we're aware of that kind of thing. My question is that I'm not sure if anyone has done this already, but who's contacting these companies to let them know that we know what's going on and step into them about it?
Hold on. Let's see. Do.
California Post revealing the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, the one that's supposed to be tackling the city's homelessness crisis, is operating out of a luxury tower in downtown LA. The building offers lavish amenities, including chauffeured SUVs, valet parking, car washes, EV charging, and a helipad with discounted LAX flights. Tenants also have access to a high-end gym. They've got a sauna. They've got a cold plunge, a rock climbing wall. The agency, already under scrutiny over alleged money management issues, its 2026-27 budget was cut 40% from $829 million down to $496 million. LA Mayor Karen Bass appointing herself to the LA HSA Commission 3 years ago, becoming the first LA mayor to serve on the board. She reportedly missed more than half the commission's meetings during her tenure. Chris, a taxpayer-funded homeless agency, luxury building. I would like a cold plunge. They go.
Well, and these progressive agencies and NGOs do a really good job of spending millions to billions of dollars to not solve a problem. We've only seen homelessness increase in California as they've spent billions on this. We saw them spend billions on a high-speed rail project that is never going to happen. These climate NGOs are spending billions of dollars to demonize energy, and meanwhile are doing stuff. I mentioned Indian Point. They're shutting down nuclear plants. That's getting replaced with coal. And so you see constantly the hypocrisy and the failure to do anything that these groups have, these agencies have. And I hope voters actually punish them for that, or it's just going to continue in perpetuity.
We'll see.
Boy. So once again, we got to talk about another Democrat neighborhood in Los Angeles getting exactly what they voted for. Okay, because we've talked about this before, how Democrats have essentially allowed homeless people to set up encampments anywhere they want in the city, right? Basically.
Camping bans that were put in place in parts of Hollywood, Echo Park, and Silver Lake are now being lifted. The Los Angeles City Council today voting to repeal the bans, with some members calling them ineffective. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes joins us live from Silver Lake with details on the city's move and what happens next. Rob?
Well, I mean, the argument here is whether or not banning encampments in certain parts of the city
actually helps the homeless problem. One city council member believes it does not, and so he is dumping the bans in his district. Now, back in 2021, the city council allowed encampments to be banned in certain discretionary zones near libraries, senior centers, freeway overpasses, and other areas that were deemed to be sensitive. Now, it falls under LA's Ordinance 4118. 12 of these zones are within Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez's district, and he wanted those restrictions lifted, which the council granted this week. But 3 council members voted against it, including Tracy Park, who is calling for an expansion of no encampment zones all across the city.
I have personally introduced motions to include environmentally sensitive areas, high fire severity zones, and our critical infrastructure. I think the vote by the council was a step in the wrong direction.
What we found was that in my district, 96% of the people we spoke to either agreed with removing the zones or had no opinion on the matter.
Now, to be clear, that the council vote only affects 12 no camping zones in Echo Park, Silver Lake, and Hollywood. They all fall within Soto Martinez's district. He says,
that's crazy how the illegals came here bogus. Came across the border bogus. And they get all these housing, money, car, driving license. And we still got people in our blue cities and states living in tents, under bridges, under and viaducts. This is crazy. What's wrong with you Americans? You lefties, you Karens. There was no way these illegals get treated better than us as Americans. We bringing the money in. They ain't bringing no money. They taking the money. And then they send it overseas and they do get here. That's effed up. Respect our veterans. Respect us as Americans. We got to do better with each other. Yeah, look out for other people, but don't do it that way. All right, babe. You can't do it that way. It's not right. You know what I'm saying? You got to be fair all across the board. You come here the right way, stay. Assimilate, all that. Stay, no problem. You can't do that, get up out of here.
criminalizing homelessness just adds onto the crisis. Reporting live in Silver Lake, Rob Hayes, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
They've essentially allowed the homeless to have free reign over the city, live wherever they want, right? Do whatever they want. And you have residents that are now frustrated. They're frustrated because Democrats are running around talking about how they're doing all this stuff. They're spending all this money to solve homelessness. But lo and behold, we're finding out, just like all of the Democrat programs when it comes to homelessness and trying to save the world and to be good people, that a lot of it just happens to be a bunch of waste, fraud, and abuse. And that's exactly what's going on when it comes to Los Angeles, Karen Bass's initiatives to solve the homelessness crisis.
So LA's top homeless agency coming under fire over how they are managing a ballooning crisis. According to the California Post, LA Homeless Services Authority, a taxpayer-funded city agency, is renting office space in a luxury LA tower, complete with amenities like a helipad, car service, cold plunge, and swanky gym. And while the people they claim to be helping are living in squalor, the agency telling Fox its luxury building lease was competitively selective, saves taxpayers millions, and public funds don't pay for the amenities. It is the same agency that LA Mayor Karen Bass sits on, but she is apparently nowhere to be found. A new report says Mayor Bass has skipped more than half of the group's meetings, and residents have clearly had enough.
It's something that it's a game you play in LA. Is it animal or human waste? 6, 7 men out here, like on drugs. I can't go up to them. Hey, can you go away? I don't want to jeopardize my life. Like, got them.
Right, Salty. It's not about coming to America to live. It's about coming to America to take over. And that's not cool at all. Take care of your own land. We good over here. Got the Constitution. It's about us, we the people.
City, you need like a Batman to come help you or save you or something, because I'm in danger of being bankrupt and homeless myself. And then will the city protect me then?
All right, this is, I guess, just adding insult to injury, Emily.
This is such an administrative industry, guys. It is
absolutely mind-blowing that, as we even cover, that the homelessness is ballooning, but so too are the donations, so too is the budgeting. 86% of LAHSA's budget goes to nonprofits and shelters. So first of all, just know that of the $500 million budget that they enjoy from our taxpayer dollars, a whole 14% of it is just going to overhead and helipads. And them saying it doesn't fund the amenities, we know that's ridiculous. The whole point is it's wrapped up in the fee of rent. You pay for whatever your building is doing. Karen Bass appointed herself for the accountability as the overseer. And like you pointed out, she skipped 25 of 47 commission meetings, including 13 of the last 21. And she recorded 5 straight absences from the audit committee. You know what's in the bylaws of that organization, by the way? That if you miss that much meetings, that you can be removed. And they didn't even notify her office. So you're trying to tell me that we are supposed to trust the administration in that state, that they have our best interests in mind, that they have the homeless best interest in mind, and then I'm supposed to trust them with my tax dollars? And then you have her saying she's the best candidate to lead LA and Gavin Newsom's the best candidate to lead the country? This is an utter failure, a traceable one. And no one in California seems to have a voice other than that vocal minority patting themselves on the back and asking for more money for the homeless.
It's messed up when California has a shit app where all the shit is at in the streets and all that. That's fucked up. It's like, who took time out to track people shitting on the corner or in the streets? Amazing. They want him to be president. Hell no. Because he smiled and got greasy hair. Oh, he looks good. He has a nice smile. He should be president. No, you idiot. You see the man doing to California? It's trash.
Yeah. So you see that, you heard that. You have a taxpayer-funded homelessness agency that is working out of a luxury tower in Los Angeles with car service, cold plunge, luxury amenities, right? They're living a lavish lifestyle, helping the homeless, right? Getting funded millions of dollars. Karen Bass, nowhere to be found, right? Going to the meetings or anything like that, even though it's been an absolute disaster, right? Homelessness is going up. The problem's getting worse. And again, she's nowhere to be found. And the socialists that are running this organization, again, they're living lavish lifestyles off of taxpayer dime.
Right.
Again, this is the socialist utopia that these people want, okay? And the residents of LA are finding out the hard way exactly what the socialist utopia looks like. Again, this neighborhood out in Silver Lake, okay, Los Angeles, heavily Democratic, okay? You have some residents that are moving out because of the homelessness problem that has gotten out of control in this area.
Our neighbors in Silver Lake are sounding the alarm over growing homeless encampment outside a local duplex. Residents say it's raising major safety concerns. They're demanding answers. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf has a story.
A homeowner called us frustrated over homeless encampments out here. He felt like his concerns were being ignored by the city.
Do you guys live over here?
Inside the homeless encampment, neighbors call a crime magnet. Fernando calls that a lie.
They're not all bad people.
But nearby residents are literally watching their step.
Is that human poop? That's something that it's a game you play in LA. Is it animal or human waste?
Complaining to the city since March about tents, trash, and drugs.
All right, work at home. Appreciate you being in the chat, man. Thank you.
Drug use.
Wow. Someone offered them housing maybe a few weeks ago, and they said no.
Jerry Dang is the landlord to a duplex on Hoover.
There are attempts to steal electricity and water from the property.
Where residents want their faces blurred because of retaliation.
Just disrupting a lot of our day-to-day life.
Ready to move out after just 1 year.
Later. Rogers in the chat. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Here in LA.
We're moving out of here. So hopefully my second year in LA will be a lot better, which I'm not dealing with any encampments.
Neighbors say this sidewalk used to be impassable. More people used to live here, and still 3 remain.
Imagine moving to LA and being shocked, Pikachu face, that you have to deal with homeless
Pikachu face
encampments, right? Did you do some research, right? Did you Google before you decided to move to LA? So 1 year he's like, I'm good, right? I'm moving out. Now, I don't know if he's moving out of this neighborhood only, right? Or is he moving out of LA in general, right? But regardless, the dude say he's moving out. Okay, tenants are moving out. It's kind of wild that he didn't know that this thing before moving to LA. But, hey, you got to learn the hard way, okay, sometimes. I could have told him, look, bro, you might want to skip LA, right? It is not great, okay, when it comes to this type of stuff. But sometimes people just don't know until they actually have to experience it.
Like 6-7 men out here, like on drugs. I can't go up to them. Hey, can you go away? I don't want to jeopardize my life.
Does the city come by and offer you any help?
No, we don't. No, I don't.
Some living here for weeks, 2 años, others years.
And he thinks that people are jealousy towards him because he doesn't have to work. And
City Council District 13 says that.
Why doesn't he have to work?
Right.
He got to eat, right? He got to feed himself. He got to provide for himself. How does he do that without working? Because the government is giving these people money. They're giving them money to be on the streets, to harass people, to commit crimes.
Right.
They don't lock them.
Giving them crack pipes. Since when the government give out crack pipes? They want them to stay down. You should give them better housing, food, and medical help. Not to keep on giving them drugs. Stupid shit.
Come up, they play catch and release. And then you have all of these tax dollars, millions, hundreds of millions of tax dollars funnel into these so-called nonprofits, these agencies, these entities that are supposed to be solving this problem, right? That is out of control, but yet the problem never gets solved because the socialists running these programs are too busy reading Marxist theory from their luxury towers in downtown Los Angeles, right? It's amazing how that works. Absolutely amazing how that works. Hundreds of millions of dollars pumped into trying to solve this problem. And the only thing that the residents have got out of it was, again, socialists living lavish lifestyles, right? On taxpayer dime, okay? Pretending that they're great people, that they're good people, they're better than everybody else. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. While they have to deal with the real issue, right? That's not being solved.
Right.
Resource.
Right. I forgot to mention about that part. Yeah, paying voters with drugs and pipes and needles. Yeah, that's crazy. And you're paying what, $4 or $2, if not $5. Besides just getting them needles and drugs, they was getting them cash. It might be that much either. I've been like, give me some more money. But yep, about 43,000 homeless people, I'm pretty sure, got paid to vote or use information to vote. They probably didn't even sign the stuff. Somebody probably signed it for them. But they did arrest a lady that was going out there recruiting people to vote. On cigarettes too, yeah. Anything you need as far as habits, which is destroying your body. The government don't care about that. Yeah, you getting cigarettes, needles, drugs to destroy you. So that the have one, they're gonna destroy you. Keep them oppressed. That's all the government do is keeping people oppressed. They stay in power.
Are most concentrated in this area.
Obviously, like this, I'm at a breaking point. I'm reaching out to the news.
But neighbors and the homeless want more.
It's kind of like Gotham City. You need like a Batman to come help you or save you or something, because I'm in danger of being bankrupt
$2 rock
myself. And then will the city protect me then?
The homeowner expressing frustration, the homeless expressing frustration, just a microcosm of what we're seeing across the city. Reporting in Silver Lake, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. What's even more amazing, again, is how these people vote. Silver Lake is a Democratic stronghold. About 83% of voters here vote Democratic and 17% Republican. About 56% of adults in Silver Lake typically vote.
How you doing, Angela? How you doing? How you doing?
Of about 62%. Among adults in Silver Lake, 46% vote Democratic, 10% Republican, and 44% don't vote. The map below shows estimated turnout by block group.
Yeah, I'm using SteamYard use a SteamYard. I like Riverside, but SteamYard doing this thing. To my reasons, Riverside internet is tweaking. I like to have my background when I go live, when I show my videos, but it is what it is. So far, SteamYard is not messing up when it comes to internet. Riverside tends to mess up. But Riverside like they set up compared to SteamYard. But we're going to get it together. I'm going to figure out who's the best to use and stick with it. Right now, I'm kind of like flip-flopping because the internet tripping.
Yeah. So Silver Lake runs about 45 points more Democratic than California as a whole. Politics vary noticeably by block within Silver Lake. The east side is the most Democratic leaning, D plus 71, and the south side is the least Democratic leaning, D plus 59, a spread of about 11 points. So yeah, basically the whole damn neighborhood is heavily Democrat, hardcore Democrat, super liberal. And this is what they voted for. This is what they voted for. Now they want to complain. They want to boo-hoo, whine, and cry. It's like, well, why did you vote for this? We know what the issue is. Look at how they vote. 83% vote Democrat. 83%. And then you wonder why Democrats feel like they can freely blow hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars, not solve the problem, while living luxury lifestyles on taxpayer dime, and they don't feel threatened by that. They don't feel the need to actually solve any problems or to do anything about it because, again, 83% of the voters in this neighborhood vote Democratic. They're going to vote for a Democrat anyways, regardless of what they do. Herein lies the problem. How these people vote. When you look at how these people vote, that tells you everything you need to know about why they are experiencing the problems that they're experiencing. 83%. These people.
83%. For how many years? Too long. Let's see what Professor. Let's check out Professor. No. Let's go to Liberal Hive Mind. Let's see what Liberal Hive Mind got to talk about.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Oh, it's the gift that keeps on giving, my friends. The WNBA is trying so hard to make this thing go away, their latest attempt, definitively stating that Enes Kanter and Royce White are both ineligible to play. Therefore, they cannot join the draft. Therefore, conversation's over. But obviously, that's not the case. No, that's one domino that will simply knock the next. What comes next is likely, I don't know, a class action lawsuit. And once again, they failed to actually define a woman. So if Royce White and Enes Kanter have both been deemed ineligible because they're supposedly bad faith, well, then what happens now if a bunch of purportedly good faith people decide to declare for the draft? Again, we've yet to get a legitimate clarification. And so what's likely to happen now is more and more people, possibly ex-NBA legends, who decide that they want to spice their public profiles up a little.
Yeah, they want that bag. You know what I'm saying? It went from I think 75,000 to like 100,000, if not more, a year. The WNBA. These guys want that money. I know they just trolling, but it's sad. You know what I'm saying? When the WNBA, you know what a woman is, and it's a W in front of the name, WNBA, women's basketball. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, they trolling. I'm glad they are.
Little bit, spice up their life and engage in some drama. What if a bunch of them start declaring for the draft? What if people start coming?
Because nobody watched the NBA. Nobody watches the WNBA anyway. So by these former NBA players trolling, they getting the attention they need. They don't get no attention anyway. So by these guys trolling, they getting attention. So use that. Market with it. Freaking, they don't get it.
Coming out of the woodwork all over the place and declaring for the draft. The idea that this now closes the topic, creates any conclusion or closure whatsoever, is obviously laughable. And of course, as the WNBA is continuing to try to shove this under the rug, well, it continues to reach new heights as now another former NBA legend, this time Charles Barkley, comes out publicly, absolutely excoriating the WNBA and actually also the NBA.
They should lower the rims for the WNBA so these ladies can go ahead and dunk and do better layups. Because that's a shame. All these women, they all tall, they can't even dunk. And that's exciting to see people in the air floating and all that. Lord of the Rims.
Commissioner, because as we know, technically, the WNBA is not even real. It's actually a totally propped up and subsidized product of the NBA. But Charles Barkley goes absolutely scorched earth. In other words, this topic ain't going anywhere. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so it doesn't seem as though this topic is dying down anytime soon. In fact, no, I'd say it's spreading. You know, the left loves to claim that these issues are manufactured. They only exist on right-wing podcasts and Fox News. Then you got last week Charlemagne de Gaulle. Well, he went absolutely nuclear on the WNBA, and now we've got Charles Barkley. I guess you could say joining in on the fun.
I always support the gay community. I always support the transgender community. I got none but love.
I love everybody, but I'm not going to support certain situations when you're denying who you are and all that. I love you, but I'm not going to support it.
Love and respect for gay people and transgender people. But under no circumstances do I think men should play against women. Zero. I'm disappointed in Adam Silver and Kathy, the commissioner. First of all, you can't let stupid stuff go out to the internet, which is one of the worst things that ever happened to the world. They should have come out 2 weeks ago before all this, because people are looking for attention now. Just say,
including this guy.
But he has a point, though, because Kathy and Adam haven't said, hey, it's in the title, WNBA. We're not going to have transgender people in the WNBA, and we're not going to discuss it again. That's what Adam and Kathy should have done 2 or 3 weeks ago before they turn it over to the internet and every fool, idiot, and jackass to have an opinion on. Adam should come out, and Kathy. I like both of them a lot. Women can own. There's no transgender people going to play in the WNBA. If you don't like it, kick rocks. We're not going to discuss it anymore. Ennis is trying to get attention because listen, if he did all the operation things, we're not doing that either. The WNBA is for women. And listen, this is the last time we're going to discuss.
Right, you have an operation all you want. You're still a man or you're still a woman, period. I don't understand. Oh, I cut this off, so now I'm this. No, your DNA, your structure is still a man or a woman. A man cannot have a baby. Period. What the heck?
Discuss it. We're not going to turn it over to the.
Like, share, and subscribe. Name is Deunta. Thanks for stopping by. Facts over feelings. Let's get it.
Fools on the internet. We're not going to turn it over to Congress. The WNBA is for women only, period.
Of course, based. And, I'd love to say, wow, Charles Barkley, he really gets it, man. He's taking the red pill. But it's not even really a situation like that. It's not like some unexpectedly major-based moment from Charles Barkley or, frankly, anybody else. No, it's just common sense. And that's really what's so preposterous about this whole thing. And more specifically, what's been so preposterous about what the left has been saying, and, of course, the WNBA in their defense, they claim that all of this is just a bad faith actor from these horrible, bigoted people on the right. It's a nonsense culture war issue. It's not even a real issue, actually. No, it's just a bunch of people desperate for attention, as if Royce White and Enos Cantor are really desperate for attention. I'm pretty sure these are two dudes who have already accomplished everything in life. And if you look at their career, they're not exactly pulling Candace Owens style strategies, trying to come up with the next most extreme conspiracy theory to stay relevant in the algorithm. No, these are guys that are, just enjoying life. They're retired. I know Royce White has a podcast. Maybe Enos Cantor does as well. I don't think he does. But you could look at their post-playing careers. They're both kind of low-key. Royce White does his little show and doesn't really try to push major boundaries. He's just enjoying his time. This notion as if they're just desperate for attention. These dirty grifters. It's so ridiculous to begin with. But now that talking point is made even more ridiculous, as here we now have Charles Barkley coming out and saying the same thing. Is Charles Barkley now a right-wing troll? Is he a bad faith bigot who just hates LGBTQISTWXYZ plus 2272357 people? No, he's a normal human being who can process basic information and come to basic conclusions without having his mind warped by pseudo-academic wokeism and blind Democrat that partisanship. And so he comes to the obvious conclusion. And honestly, I mean, that's really the story here. The problem is not Enos Kanter. It's certainly not Enos standing up and clapping as Sophie Cunningham made a 3-point shot. It's not supporting what she's standing for and advocating for. No, the issue is more embodied, I'd say, in Natasha Cloud's behavior. It's the blind adherence to this cultural abnormality, to these backwards, nonsensical policies, jumping through frickin' illogical hoops, twisting yourself in a pretzel to justify it, attacking anybody, demonizing, slandering, even going crazy on them in the courts, wow, like an absolute frickin' psychopath in an effort to force your ideology down people's throats. Your indefensible backwards ideology. Men should not compete against women in sports. This is common sense. And once again, I mean, the proof is baked in there. If you needed any evidence that the left was wrong, well, then simply look at their persuasion tactics. If you have to engage in intimidation tactics, if you need to censor people, kick them out of the venue, attack, gaslight, and slander, try to use institutional force to shut people up, well, it's very clear at that point that you don't have the right argument, because the right argument should win on its own merit. And that, I think, is exactly what we're learning here. We win. We won. You lose.
You lose! Good day, sir!
The WNBA is just having a really hard time accepting it. This is an 80-20 issue. And, you know, it's kind of like in interpersonal relationships and whatnot. Sometimes, you know, you have a person that you know who just refuses to accept when they're wrong, refuses to take accountability. And it's like, no matter what you say, they just double down and double down. And you've probably said this before to someone in your life. Well, you know, if literally everyone disagrees with you, including your own family, your own friends, all the people who know you and love you, don't you think that you should take a second to think maybe all those people aren't crazy after all? Maybe that signifies a trend? Well, that's exactly what's going on here. The WNBA can't even win over their own allies. Mr. Charles Barkley, not exactly a gigachud right-winger, although I wouldn't be surprised if after this, the Los Angeles Times would label him the black face of white supremacy, the black face of the trans bigotry. No, Charles Barkley is a lifelong Democrat, a supporter of the woke, an ally of the LGBTQ, WXY, blah, blah, blah. He's your friend. He's Angela, like your woke uncle.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you for the gold coin. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And he's telling you you've lost the frickin' plot. Him and many others. And that's really, I think, been the dynamic here. So many people coming out of the woodwork who aren't traditionally right-wing, who aren't Fox News pundits, who don't have right-wing podcasts.
Angela, child of God, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat.
And even they are saying, yeah, no, this ain't it. And so maybe, just maybe, it's time for the WNBA to think, maybe, just maybe, you guys are wrong and you've lost. Maybe show a little bit of humility. You're always going on about how Donald Trump is such an arrogant, narcissistic male, a misogynist. You're always ranting about, oh, these narcissistic men, right? Well, don't you find it a little bit ironic that the feminist crowd is showing absolute, unadulterated, unbridled frickin' narcissism? Now, of course, it's not confusing whatsoever. The rates of narcissism are much more elevated on their side. We already know this, although let's not tell them that, lest we trigger another Natasha Cloud meltdown. But they're always lecturing about narcissism, and yet they're wrong. 80-20 issue, and they just can't eat a piece of humble pie and define what a frickin' woman is. Just take the L. Seriously, take the damn L. Admit that you are wrong, protect female sports, and call it a damn day. You might upset a couple people on Blue Sky, but those people, frankly, are less than 20% of the population. Do the basic arithmetic. Appeal to the 80% common sense and ditch the damn crazies. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Ditch the crazies, everyone.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, we don't do this too often, but today is one of those days. We're venturing across the pond. You know, every now and then there's something that breaks through. There's one of these British news segment moments that's just absolutely glorious. And well, this is one of those moments. And honestly, it makes me feel like I'm coming back to my roots a little bit. It's one of these crazy SJW feminist clips that probably would have gone nuclear viral back in 2015, 2016. We got this absolutely based, super posh giga chud here debating a rabid feminist on the issue of all these freakazoids that are defending Lindsay Clancy after she murdered her 3 defenseless innocent children. And well, let's just say the rabid feminazi didn't exactly take well to being confronted with the truth. Let me show you guys this must-see TV. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this.
They say that Lindsay was in psychosis. I think these women are suffering from psychosis. They've been watching too many true crime Netflix dramas. You know, this was a incredibly privileged woman, incredibly wealthy. She had a nanny, and she's still complaining that she needed help. She could not have got more help from the system that she already had received. This is a murderer who strangled her children one by one. One of the boys ran away and she chased him down and killed him. The idea that she is innocent is because these are man-hating women that are standing outside. This is what it's about. They think the husband did it. They are insane.
Laurie Watkins.
What you just said was absolutely disgusting.
Thank you.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you.
And you can hear that he's not. Okay.
Why? Because it's true. They're crazy. They've lost their mind.
Do you know why
they're waving for a murderer?
Do you know why the woman is in a wheelchair? Did you even notice that she's
couldn't care less. She's a murderer.
Because she jumped out the window after this happened.
So she should have. I'd have pushed her.
She didn't even know what she was doing. And if you are a woman in this country or any country, you understand if you've ever had a child that having postpartum depression is one of the scariest things that has ever happened to you. Okay? I know many women that this has happened to. No, they did not kill their children, but they also, what you failed to mention.
They should be commended because they did.
I've had it with you.
Oh my God. They
And
should be
your
commended. They
sexism
didn't
and
kill their children.
misogyny.
She's a murderer.
I can't. I'm done.
Oh my freaking Lord. You know, once again, just dealing with this hyper emotional nonsense, the hysteria. How dare you say that? How dare you? Say what, lady? The truth. Holy freaking moly. You know, talk about misguided compassion. 3 children are dead here. And the expectation for us is to show more empathy towards the woman, the poor female murderer, as opposed to the children. It's ridiculous. And it's not to discount the clinical element. Yes, I understand postpartum psychosis.
And they want to talk about us MAGA, us conservatives. Insane. This lady killed her kids. She should be in jail.
This is a real thing. Like, you know, there's kind of levels to this stuff. You know, if a woman is suffering through postpartum depression, I get it. She should get the help that she deserves. But some things are just inexcusable, you know? And this whole notion that Lindsay Clancy is innocent, it's ridiculous. Is she mentally unwell? Well, very clearly she is. But this left-wing feminist approach now that actually she's innocent and the problem is the system failed her. Give me a freaking break, please. And that's obviously what we're talking about here. The disgusting types of activism in quotation marks, that's followed this case. The rather dapper individual in that earlier clip was making a very clear point that clearly a lot of this is man-hating. There's a whole kind of subculture that's formed around this Lindsay Clancy case where a bunch of man-hating feminists have basically emerged and hijacked the entire conversation. And they're basically trying to make the argument that it's the husband who's at fault. The husband went out to get his children some food at the store. He went to go get milk for his little baby. And then he came home to 3 murdered children. And it's somehow his fault? But excuse me, did you know that she's in a wheelchair? She jumped out of a freaking window. What does that prove? I mean, seriously. Oh, now she's forgiven? Oh, that explains it, lady. Oh, I got it. I guess I must have just been mansplaining. It's so stupid. It's so ridiculous. This whole situation has been ridiculous. It's akin to the people who are going out and gushing over freaking Luigi Mangione. It's no different. In fact, it might even be much worse considering there's 3 victims here who were all children, toddlers. And once again, we got the pink hat freaking crew getting out there trying to turn this into a social issue.
I feel like the system failed her. She was begging for help, but no one was there. I don't know if SB and Hale will make her feel any better, but I mean, she's living in hell right now.
Just wanted to support Lindsay and just say it could be, you know, one of my sister-in-laws, it could be one of my best friends, and it could be me.
We are hearing her. We see that she tried everything.
It's utterly ridiculous. And clearly, I think it's a symptom of a much larger issue. It's something that you see across feminism and left-wing thought as a whole, this notion of suicidal female empathy. It's the same kind of boundary-destroying female empathy that has infected the entire progressive worldview. The inability to look evil straight in the face and call it what it is. There's always someone else to blame. The system, misogyny, the patriarchy. Every murderer, every criminal is just a victim, a casualty of their environment, of the system. It's a freaking cop-out. She may very well have been completely, patently insane. Postpartum psychosis is real. But, you know, she could have just done the TikTok thing and, like, thrown ice into the bathtub.
Right. You know what I'm saying? If a lady got, you know what I'm saying, raped, kill the rapist. Don't kill the baby. Give the baby up for adoption. Somebody wants the baby. Once again, take out the rapist. Save the baby.
But instead, she murdered 3 of her children. There has to be accountability for that. And the idea that, oh, the state could have prevented it. Yeah, give me a break. Just like all of these.
That's the problem. What the fuck the state got to do with it? That's her responsibility. The system failed. What fucking system? She failed herself and her relatives. They should have been checking on them. She should be checking on herself. Talk to God. The fucking system failed. She failed herself. Accountability. Make accountability great again.
Social programs and all of this government spending, all this fluffy crap is doing a great job at solving inner city violence. No, some people do objectively evil things for unexplainable reasons, and those people need to be held to account, or they need to be deemed clinically insane and locked up in an asylum for the rest of their lives. But according to the feminist left, no, these acts of horror are just the inevitable result of some bureaucratic shortfall. We don't have enough social workers. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. And the left does this on everything. A career criminal attacks and murders somebody on a subway. Oh, it's poverty and systemic racisms that failed.
Right, lock that stupid ass up. Ain't no system failed nobody. I was a foster kid myself. I didn't have my parents. I had other people that raised me. And then eventually I got back with my family on my mother's side. Father's side, I didn't meet until 30 years later. Did I make an excuse? Because I had foster parents, I was a foster kid? No. I got myself together and make things happen. Ask questions, got with the right people. I worked, went to college, got trades. Nobody stopped me from getting anything I wanted to do but myself, mentally. But other than that, I got my trades, I'm working, I got a house, I have a wife. Nobody's holding me back at all. People need to stop making excuses, man. We all grew up a certain way, good or bad. But as long as you're alive, do better. Make a mistake, do better. Don't do it again. Learn from that. Stop this victim mentality. What's the problem now with this world, with us in America? This victim mentality. No, I don't have the victim mentality. And one thing about it too, you know, when it comes to God, I want God to brag about me to Satan or to anybody. I want God to brag about me. And we all should have that and want that. And anything goes bad, just know that God got us. Just imagine somebody had lost their arm and they still thanking God despite their arm gone. Because at the end of the day, when we die, I want to go to heaven. I want to go to heaven. Forget earth. Earth ain't nothing. It's trash. I want to go to heaven. And so by doing that, I read my Bible, do the right thing, and keep on preaching the gospel and sharing it to God. Sharing the gospel, the good news. Period. Because everything's political and everything's about God. At the end of the day, it's all about God. But yeah, I want God to brag about me. If Satan attacked me or anything, I know God got me. Period. That's the problem now. We're getting our feelings. Oh, it hurts. I lost this. I lost that. There's no God got us. God got us.
It's the same frickin' script, time and time again. This constant refusal.
Yeah, you talk about your past. Nothing wrong about sharing it because we all got a testimony. Our past, we can learn from it and we can share it. Because our past doesn't define what makes us in the future. I could easily have been a victim. We're like, nah, I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do better. Hippie, yeah, America is great. You on my chat. Look at this. You in the chat with me. I'm Deunta. You see the mods? You know what I'm saying? We all love. Facts over feelings. Welcome to the chat. America is great. That's why people are dying to get here.
To acknowledge basic human agency, this refusal to admit that some people are simply capable of pure evil and pure malice, and this supposedly unstoppable urge to want to mama bear everything, to protect and coddle everyone, including the most heinous of criminals.
Uh-oh, hippie. What's up? That's what's up. Okay. So hippie, you a chat jumper?
It's grotesque. It's nonsense. It's anti-justice. And it's especially grotesque when applied to a woman who looked her own children in the eyes as she took their lives. I don't care. I don't give a crap what kind of psychosis she was going through. And frankly, the whole notion of postpartum depression is kind of just ugly and inexcusable to me. Maybe I don't understand it very well, but like this idea that you would feel malice towards a child that you brought into life, it's just something that makes me feel disgust in the pit of my stomach. And it's something that I'd rather not coddle. It's something I'd rather not excuse and claim that the individual who felt those kinds of feelings and took it to the absolute extreme is now somehow the victim or innocent. No, that's not the way the world works. Actions have consequences, and in this case, it should be the most severe of consequences, regardless of what the underlying, condition was. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
You know it.
Today we are announcing the arrests and unsealing of an indictment charging 11 individuals for allegedly overseeing an extensive marriage fraud scheme involving more than 1,000 sham marriages.
So after a massive raid in New York, the issue of marriage-based immigration fraud is once again hitting the headlines. And while the proponents of socialism say criticism or investigation into scams like this are un-American, the idea that crime is being committed against our country right before a pivotal midterm election, well, that's got people asking questions. And some of those people are federal investigators who are looking into just about everyone, even members of Congress.
Federal prosecutors say they were all in on it. Foreigners who wanted to become American citizens, and American citizens who were willing to marry them on paper for a price.
This is one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in United States history. This scheme was not a fly-by-night operation, but rather a years-long, multi-million-dollar cottage industry to criminally assist people who would not or legally could not otherwise become citizens of the United States.
Elon, Omar, one of my favorites, and her brother are thinking about moving together, very much in love. She also calls her brother husband number one. Omar is reportedly being investigated for fraud.
This is just a made-up lie
because you do not investigate someone for 10 years and not come up with anything.
So then why do you think it's still being talked about?
Because these people are disgusting. They believe in weird, creepy things, and that's why they want to believe in this weird.
So this scheme was allegedly responsible for many a bogus marriage that gave someone legal residency in America. And what nobody's talking about is this bust could not have come at a worse time for the socialists who want to take over America after they win the midterm elections, because it follows months of scams being unearthed from coast to coast, like the daycare fraud that got exposed in Minnesota, where empty daycares bought luxury vacations for the operators, who may also be running fraudulent adult daycares, which seem to be fueling not just political candidates sympathetic to the plight of these scammers, but also so much job growth it makes the failing economy of New York State look like it's actually growing while America pays for it. But it gets even worse because some of these fraudsters have direct connections to the politicians who are now promoting communism as the solution to all of the problems that those very same politicians have brought upon all of us. A mess that started when the U.S. border was left wide open and 20 million illegal immigrants entered the country without permission, triggering an affordability crisis never before seen in our country, which the communists claim they can fix, not by enforcing our laws, but reopening the border again, even more, and stealing from some Americans to buy free groceries and free bus rides for other Americans. Which brings us to the real reason these scams are such a problem for the communists. This election cycle, they expose the lie that these people are trying to sell to you and me. But if you want to look into this stuff, you're the crazy person, you're the weirdo, according to these folks. Never mind that all of the money being made by criminals at the heart of these schemes does nothing to help the law-abiding, who find themselves disenfranchised at every single turn, especially in these sanctuaries that seem to care nothing for anyone except criminals who get a free pass and can do whatever they want until the federal government steps in. Watch.
Federal prosecutors say the photos were as bogus as the marriages they claim to depict.
Wow.
American citizens who were paid thousands of dollars to marry Chinese citizens who wanted to obtain green cards to become American citizens. What justice officials described as a sweeping fraud scheme that resulted in hundreds of sham marriages.
The defendants made enormous sums of money for themselves. We believe this network took in tens of millions of dollars over its decade-long operation,
decade-long operation, tens of millions of dollars, and of course, this is found in a sanctuary state. It's found in New York. It's not found in a place where laws are enforced. It's found in a place where criminals are given a free pass on many different levels. But if you've got a problem with this, if you want to look into stuff like this, if you start asking questions, well, you're the problem. Check this out.
More to the idea that this is just a made-up lie because you do not investigate someone for 10 years and not come up with anything.
So then why do you think it's still being talked about?
Because these people are disgusting. They believe in weird, creepy things, and that's why they want to believe in this weird.
Yeah, so there are people that say that this has actually happened, that this actually transpired, that she actually did marry her brother. And the vice president has even said she's being investigated. Now, why hasn't anything dropped? Well, these investigations take a long time. Something could be happening behind the scenes. And it makes sense to me that when you have somebody who is a polarizing and popular political figure, whether you agree with her or not, depending on who's running the show in America, if somebody's on your team, you may not want to investigate them, kind of like President Biden not investigating Hunter Biden for anything.
But in that case, you would think that, Ilhan, I think that there are many other people in Washington, D.C. who watched the success of the influence peddling scheme that the Biden family ran. And more importantly, they saw that the Biden family faced zero consequences for that scheme. And they decided to try and replicate the results themselves. So I do hope that James Comer is successful at cracking what is actually going on here, because I think that she's probably not the only one in Washington with some considerable wealth to answer for.
Interesting. But what's fascinating about this is if you or I care about things like immigration fraud, We're the problem for some reason, and we're creepy. But you know what's really creepy? The things the communist leaders of the Democrat Party who have now come out of the shadows really care about. I mean, these are people who want to cancel Thanksgiving. You've got folks like Hassan Piker that hate capitalism, hate America, just so happen themselves to be rich, alleged Nepo babies who've got plenty of money and very few problems, certainly not affordability problems, certainly not problems.
We had Dupus in the chat. He ain't timeout already? Damn.
Putting the gas in the tank of their car every week. And it's people like this that campaign with people who dislike Thanksgiving, who've endorsed people like Ilhan Omar. So you have this weird trifecta going on here of bizarre beliefs that are totally contrary to how our country is supposed to run. And when people that get endorsements like this are asked about them, here's what they have to say. Watch.
One powerful voice that has been a big topic of conversation is the left-wing streamer Hassan Piker. He's someone that you've campaigned alongside with. He put out a video backing your re-election today. There are moderate Democrats who have criticized Abdul El-Sayed for appearing on the campaign trail with him. What's your view of that criticism?
I mean, people, in a free country, people can have opinions about people who campaign with candidates. I certainly had my own criticisms of folks who campaigned, folks that were on the top of the ticket for us in 2024. Ultimately, we all put our heads down, try to get to voters, have the conversations that are necessary, because we're not able to have any kind of the changes that we want until we win. And so everybody's trying to do the best that they can to try to get their message out.
But if somebody controversial endorses President Trump, he's just as bad as that person. That's so interesting. We've got such a double standard in this country. We can have radical people that say they dislike America, they dislike our system of doing things, they dislike our country, they dislike our holidays, they dislike our people, they dislike our laws. That person endorses you. Well, we're a big tent party now. We're just trying to win. Do you see what's going on here? There is an effort to take what used to be the moderate Democrats, the Fetterman Democrats, and get rid of them. Kick them out of this party completely and bring in the communists. But in order to do that, we've got to normalize these people. We've got to normalize these crazy beliefs like getting rid of Thanksgiving. And that's why we've got these pieces on CNN. This guy is a left-wing streamer. CNN.
Actually, I love Thanksgiving. I smoked 2 turkeys. I'm going to do some ducks this time. My cook for Thanksgiving. Leave my turkey alone. What's wrong with these people?
Refers to him as a left-wing streamer. What do you think about that, Representative Omar? Well, actually, it's not such a big deal that he endorsed me. And CNN says, I think.
ASW and they feelings. Oh.
You're right. Maybe we shouldn't criticize these people. And boom, they're in the door. That's what they're trying to do here. Meanwhile, we got fraud all over this country. Fraud that exposes the lie that these very same people want you and I to believe about how they're going to fix the country with the communism they're trying to literally shove down people's throats before they understand what it is. And once you start connecting the dots.
He said, what? Forget your corporate holidays. You're being brainwashed anyway. Hey, if you don't live in America, forget you, bro. I love my holidays. I can pick and choose which one I want to celebrate. So F you in your feelings.
Things get pretty weird. Watch.
Look, Sean, this is a lot more nefarious than I think a lot of people realize. DSA is absolutely funded and tied to the Communist Chinese Party. We know, for instance, in their mega donors like Neville Roy Singham, who are currently under investigation by the Department of Justice, that they're not only pushing Marxism, but they're also joining with other groups like the Party of Socialism and Liberation, working in conjunction to target these moderate Democrats and flip these seats. But I want to remind people, Sean, that ultimately the DSA platform is truly racist. So first and foremost, for example, in New York, you just saw them elect a candidate, and she's likely to be the nominee that's going to be serving actually this 120th Congress for the Democrats up there. And so ultimately, it's our job in the House, especially as vocal people with platforms, as members of Congress, to call it out for what it is. And ultimately, Sean, if we remind...
Yeah, McDowell's an idiot. What is he talking about? You've been... What? Yeah, he's an idiot. 10 them off is 600 seconds. Yeah, we're going to break them down and build them up.
Voters, specifically of the big wins that we've delivered, that the president has delivered. Remember, no taxes on tips, no tax on overtime, banning insider trading, which is something that the Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries specifically, tried to stop.
No, but why couldn't they stop it? Why couldn't the party that supports fraud figure out a way to ban insider trading? Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why they couldn't figure out how to do that. I wonder why they couldn't stop people like Ilhan Omar's third husband, Tim Minette, from having an investment firm that made millions of dollars and had their net worth surge 3,500%. Why couldn't they stop that? I don't know. Why I can't figure that out. But it's not just that there is an alleged communist connection with the Democrat Party here. Even the people who are their heroes.
Yeah, they are true. If they trolling and Biden, it is good for the algorithm. But after a while, they do get annoying. But they'll be back. Yeah, just time them out for a few seconds, they'll be back. You kick them out, they'll be back. YouTube algorithm is weird anyway. I don't know how to put it. I like YouTube, I appreciate it. YouTube is king when it comes to social media. But this whole algorithm is weird because they got the AI taking over. Instead of the humans doing their thing with the algorithm, they got AI doing it. And it's throwing things off for everybody. Well, man, it's cool. Let's get it.
Are wearing these inspired suits. Kind of looks like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers or something Hillary Clinton would wear. But jokes aside, this is serious. These people really want to take over the country. They're running for elections that will determine how you and I have to live our lives. So every single person that's watching this stuff has to understand that with all the investigations that have come out over the last year and a half, the fraud in Minnesota, the fraud going on in New York, and all the scams that these politicians are pulling where their net worth goes way up and then goes way back down, and they may have allegedly helped other people commit fraud. They've got direct relationships with people who are in the country without permission. When you start looking into all that stuff, realize that if those are the people that are running.
Dave, Danny, you keep coming back to the chat, man. That's what's up, man. Have you liked the channel? Send a super chat or anything? Because other than that, MAGA for life, baby. Ultra MAGA for life. Period. Right. The truth don't need no algorithm. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for that, man. On the real. Thank you for that. Killer.
Running the show. It's all going to happen again, and it's all going to get 10 times worse. Look at this.
Your donation to our campaign is more critical right now than ever before. So we need you to rush your matching donation right now to help fuel this campaign.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you, Killer. Appreciate that, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I don't ask for super chat or anything like that. When you guys give it to me, I'm going to take it and use it for good. I appreciate it. It's all about getting the truth out. And, truth. We all need it.
Spend $5 right now, and the city turns it into $35.
Huh.
How's she doing that?
Right. Tampon Tim, Minnesota governor, let a pedophile free. The man had messed with a 10-year-old for 2 years. He went to jail. He said in Taiwan that it's okay to mess with young girls, and kind of find out he's supposed to be married to the little girl sister that he messed with. So this dude is just nasty all the way around. But either way you go, Tampon Tim pardoned him. ICE is gonna snatch his dumb ass up and send his ass up out of here. But Tampon Tim gave him a pardon, so the man gets to stay in America. This man messed around with a 10-year-old girl for 2 years straight. And Tampon Tim said it's okay. Dave, what's your name? Dave, Danny, fuck you and them Epstein files, man. Prayer for the victims. You only care about his Trump name mentioned in it. You don't care about Rupi Goldberg, Ellen, other directors, other people besides just Trump, huh? You a piece of shit, man. Fuck you, ain't them files. Shit stupid as hell. That shit played out. The files been around then at 15, then at 20 years. And you guys all of a sudden now you hear Trump name the Epstein files. Now you get excited. Get your stupid ass out of here. Prayers for the victims. Nobody care about them damn files. You don't even care about them. Obama had the files, Biden had the files, and then you know you're really low IQ and stupid because they try to shoot the man several times. They try to assassinate him. That didn't work. So they throw the Epstein files out, and you guys go right with it. Oh, the Epstein files, the Epstein files. Everybody that's conservative, you stupid asses, just jump on our chats and say that. That's just played out. It's fatigued. It's literally fatigued.
Democrats passed a law that lets California candidates use tax dollars to match campaign donations. So if you're a Republican, your tax dollars get funneled to Democrat campaigns.
Oh, that's not a scam.
What a bunch of snakes.
Right. New York City has a similar program where they match.
That's all you hear.
These small dollar contributions. So if you donate, the city provides $8 in public funds, turning a $10 donation into $90 for the campaign. Basically, we've got a system in America now that allows the law-abiding to be robbed blind and then get stuck paying for everything else that they don't want to pay for, that they have nothing to do with, that has nothing to do with them, that doesn't represent them. And that's why communism is so popular on this political party. They're already stealing from average Americans. They're already taking what average Americans have and doing things with it that don't benefit them at all. It's about time they come out and just say, hey, yeah, we are communists. Yeah, this is actually what we want to do. Think about that for a second. If they're already being this dishonest with our political systems, with how they force people to fund things that they don't even agree with, while their highest representatives, their standard bearers are out there under federal investigation, if this is who they are right now, and they get away with normalizing communism and normalizing fraud and normalizing all the crime that happens in these sanctuary cities, what do you think that's going to mean for America? And what kind of choice are we being faced with in just a few months? Listen.
Gubernatorial nominee Vivek Ramaswamy is here with reaction to all of this. You know, I watched the whole decline now of the Democratic Party. They've been co-opted by radicals that want to defund, dismantle the police, et cetera. They want open borders. It's not in your race, but I'm looking like at the Senate race. Do people in Ohio understand that guys like Sherrod Brown will be forced to go along with that radical base if he ever got elected, God forbid? Do people not understand in Ohio that it's law and order, safety, security, and economics that's going to drive this election?
I mean, I hope they do. But the scary thing here is, remember what I said about the CNN thing. They're trying to normalize communism, and to do that, they've got to push out these moderate critics of people who are the new standard bearers of this communist movement. And we're seeing this happen in New York right now.
Yeah, if you're doing about them Karens, you know what I'm saying, the goofballs and pigs. A good person with the is Salty Cracker. As a matter of fact, let's see what he got going on, Salty Cracker. So you can get we talking about when it comes to Reed. He don't keep his live streams up. That's crazy. I want to show him his live streams. Let's see what his playlist. What's playlist looks like. There ain't no playlist either. Yeah, when Salty Cracker go live, he called it the re-screen. All right, let's go back. Let's get back on track.
You guys, this one is bigger than anything. This is monstrous. I'm so emotional right now, and I've been working and busting my butt off for the past 24 hours on this. I'm so glad I waited to post and talk to you about this until.
Yeah, watch Salty Cracker's rescreen when he go live. You'll like it. He's very funny, man. Funny guy. And the thing about it too, also Salty Cracker, he lives in California. So if you want anything about California, he knows some stuff too because he lives there.
Today, because yesterday was a huge blockade that was removed by a judge. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I have to put on my glasses. I mean, I've tried to start this video about 100 different ways. The United States Postal Service now has finalized mail-in ballot restrictions and requirements that were laid out in President Trump's executive order and are now in effect as of today, August 27th, after Judge Indira Tawani removed the remaining nationwide injunction. The United States Postal Service has moved from having a finalized rule on paper to putting it now into effect. There are some lawsuits that are in procession. I will explain everything, but ladies and gentlemen, America, and this is no longer hypothetical. This isn't just some proposed writing on paper sitting on someone's desk. Implementation has begun. We have a lot to celebrate today, America. I'm going to break it all down right now. One thing I will say first, if you want evidence as to why this is amazing for America, all you have to do is look and see who is opposing it. And yes, of course, the treasonous, venomously seditious traitors, communist Bolshevik Democrats, and I'm going to tell you all about it, are suing.
Dave Danny. You know you stupid, right? Yo, I'm gonna call you stupid. I make fun of you. It's Trump the president, and he's a billionaire. So all you talking about this stuff about Trump 70 times and this and that, who gives a fuck? Stay on topic. You know what? Let's get out of here. Get rid of Dave. Get him up out of here, man. You're a waste.
President Trump and the administration. Here's Governor Josh Shapiro. It's amazing that this guy is still loyal to the party that literally said you're too Jewish to be a vice president candidate in 2024 after Kamala picked Tampon Tim. But here he is because he's got nothing else going for him. He says, I'm suing the Trump administration to stop their unconstitutional attempt to change the rules and restrict mail-in voting, blah, 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 blah. Here's another winner, Miss Big Tish Letitia Mortgage Fraud James. I'm suing to block the Trump administration's new rule that allows the USPS to intercept and reject lawful ballots, threatening millions of Americans' right to vote. With the midterms less than 3 months away, this will create confusion and unacceptable risks for voters. Actually mailing in ballots to the right people, to rightful U.S. citizens who've proven that they actually live here, are actual citizens, is going to create confusion. This is coming from Miss Mortgage Fraud herself and Miss Prosecutor of Trump in all those sham trials back in 2024 when they literally tried to put him in prison before the 2024 election. This will cause confusion.
Try to put him in prison, trying to bankrupt the man. He couldn't go to his son's graduation. A lot of just bullshit.
And unacceptable risks. Oh, and how can we forget the biggest failure in American politics? Yep, that's it. Mr. I want to be a podcaster and influencer while the state of California erodes into full-on decay. Even he is taking Trump to court.
We've been saying this for over a year. Donald Trump is coming for your right to vote. And the Supreme Court, what more evidence do you need? Just cleared the way months before the election. California will sue. We're not going to let Trump disenfranchise Americans or rig the rules to his advantage. The Voting Rights Act is hanging now by a thread. This is how democracy gets dismantled. One right, one ruling, one election at a time. So the fight, it's here. It's now. The stakes are enormous. And it's time for all of us to recognize that we still have power. We need to show up, stand up, and vote.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about what's happening in the obstructionists, let's just say, the Bolsheviks and what they're doing, what their plan is, and what that could implement. But let's get to the good news, shall we? Okay, so we're going to the notes here. This is my outline, and I always give away all my notes for free in full transparency. If you want to figure out how you can get these notes for free, I'll let you know in just a second. But I'm so glad I waited, because yesterday was a really, really big day. It was the final legal kind of hurdle to get this implementation rolling. And then today just changed everything, which is why I'm so emotional. But here, I just want to go over the timeline, and then I'll talk about some other stuff as well. So back in March, Trump issued an executive order, 14399. This was a sweeping directive focused on verifying citizenship and enforcing new integrity protocols in federal mail-in voting. So April 2nd, of course, the resistance begins with the League of Women Voters. In August 11th of this month, Judge Talwani issues a second nationwide injunction. Of course, they're all opposing for some reason, even though Democrats all advocated for this. There's plenty of footage of Clinton, Obama, especially Chuck, the traitor to his own people, Schumer, saying that it makes sense. It's common sense to have people prove that they're actual American citizens voting in American elections. She issued her second nationwide injunction through the League of Women Voters, effectively freezing the administrative plans. And then August 21st, just a few days ago, the USPS finalizes its mail rule despite the active court order prohibiting implementation. Then the Supreme Court got involved. August 24th, the Supreme Court with a 6-3 per curiam decision lifting the state-led injunction on narrow procedural grounds without reaching a final verdict on the law's constitutionality. Essentially, they're not saying that what Trump's executive order is constitutional, but they're also saying that, like, basically he can go ahead. And then Tuesday, right? So Judge Talwani rebukes, noting the only, quote, feigned complete compliance with her orders. She stops short of issuing sanctions. And then Wednesday, yesterday, over 20 attorney generals and the governor of Pennsylvania file a massive new legal challenge aimed specifically at the now finalized USPS regulations. And then later that day, Judge Talwani dissolves her remaining injunction, stating she is, quote, compelled to follow the Supreme Court's lead, officially clearing the path for implementation to begin. Now, a lot of people were shocked by this, especially Democrats. But when you see that it was lifted, there was a conflation of events that took place. She lifted her final injunction following the Supreme Court. At the very same time, all of these Democratic states filed a lawsuit. And there's going to be a hearing on September 3rd. I'll talk about that in just a second. But a lot of people, including myself, think Judge Talwani wasn't just, because this is an Obama-appointed, total radical leftist judge, big shocker there. A lot of people are thinking and saying that she lifted this final injunction, made this claim that the Supreme Court feigned compliance in order to basically pave the way for all these states, all blue run, all Democrats, to file a lawsuit. And I'll tell you about that in just a second. So what does this implementation actually mean? So this is what it means. Both outgoing ballot envelopes and the return envelopes provided to voters must carry the official election mail logo, be compatible with USPS automation, carry a unique, intelligent mail barcode tied to that ballot mailing, be submitted to the USPS for mail piece design review and feedback. Then comes the new federal ballot mail portal. Authorized state, local election officials must provide the United States Postal Service with voter's name, mailing address, the unique barcode on that voter's outbound ballot envelope, the unique barcode on that voter's return envelope, the state from which the ballot originated. So that information produces the state's mail-in and absentee participation list. And importantly, the voter does not do this. Election officials and their authorized mailing vendors handle the enrollment data and submission. And then so the USPS can refuse to accept it if it's not an authorized ballot mailer. This is where the whole fight commences. And so I had this huge outline kind of talking about what happens next, but just for the sake of brevity and time, because today changes everything, I'm going to fast forward. I'm going to tell you where you can get all of this stuff for free. My entire outline and notes, all backed by factual evidentiary data and the truth. But everything changed just today. Material implementation. The USPS says the new mail-in ballot rule is now in effect. This is why I'm so emotional, America. The United States Postal Service says the finalized mail-in ballot restrictions and requirements are now in effect as of August 27th. Cue the applause. After Judge Talwani removed the remaining nationwide injunction. So what changed? Yesterday's development removed the final nationwide judicial restraint. Today's development is operational. The USPS says the rule is effective. That means this is not merely a Trump may eventually be able to implement it kind of deal. The Postal Service is now proceeding under the new framework. This is a hallelujah moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy. This is awesome. This is fantastic. What's the immediate practical effect? Covered state local election authorities now face the new rules requirement involving federal mail ballot portal, voter mail ballot data, approved envelope designs, and individualized intelligent mail barcodes that we talked about before. So under this finalized framework, they can reject anything that fails the requirements, return it to the authority for correction. Military and overseas ballots are exempt. That's part of President Trump's executive order. The important distinction remains that the compliance check concerns outgoing ballot mailings from election authorities, not USPS opening or judging an individual's voter's completed ballot. What has not happened is I found no TRO, preliminary injunction, appellate, state, or Supreme Court order stopping implementation as of this latest update. So nothing has gotten in the way of this proceeding. The renewed challenges, though, remain active, with challengers seeking emergency relief, and the major preliminary injunction hearing, which is currently set for September 3rd. I'll keep you posted on that. New litigation directly attacks the finalized USP. That's the Democrats and the Supreme Court. Why this matter? Because the story.
Why? How you going to respect somebody? They want to wish death on you for what? 50 years? Not cool. Nobody is perfect, but if you're not pushing for peace, then I want no parts of it. I don't care who you are. Peace and healing and forgiveness. It's the way to go. These people want to kill you if you disagree.
Sharpens considerably. The legal question is no longer simply whether Trump could get the injunctions removed. He did. He did. Oh, I love this. And the USPS has now begun operating under the resulting rule. The question now becomes whether challengers can obtain a fresh injunction quickly enough to stop that implementation before the November 3 midterms. This is the part that we've all been waiting for, folks. Trump's mail voting policy isn't merely unblocked. The USPS now says the new rule is in effect. I cannot be more emphatic about this and repeat this enough. This new rule is in effect. Give me a hallelujah and an amen in the comments if you love this as much as I do. That means the race has officially begun between implementation and the courts trying to stop it. And you have to ask yourself, why in the world would the Democrats be opposed to something like this? Why? The United States Postal Service is not saying that we're going to judge who a citizen is. We're simply saying that election authorities need to validate. That's all Trump's saying, with specific stipulations and implementations like the unique barcode, et cetera, et cetera. That's all we're saying. We want Americans to actually vote in American elections. It's not that big a deal. It's very simple. It's not complex. It's hyperbolic common sense. Well, I'll tell you why. And I want to share this amazing expose from Wanda the ballot stuffer. The reason why, ladies and gentlemen, is because Democrats can't win. This is why they try to replace.
That's funny, Louis. So you said, so you type they can't win. Professor Ness just said it. That's funny.
The electorate by letting in 25+ million illegal criminal migrants who've done injurious mortal harm to American citizens like Laken Riley, Sheridan Gorman, Rachel Marin, Jocelyn Nungray. The list goes on and on and on. People who should still be here with their families. Why? Because the Democrats figured out we can't win elections anymore with.
Okay, here we go. It seems like we got two idiots in the chat. Resolution and what's that? Barber. There is no illegal voting. Where are all the fake ballots? You guys are piece of shit, man. Y'all won't do no research, but it's out there. You got California. You got Georgia. Virginia. Who else? Where else? A lot of states, man. What are you talking about? What is y'all looking at? What is y'all watching? And then the most stupid thing about it is, again, with these lefties, they come to a conservative chat and they say the most stupid shit, like, oh, there's no voter fraud. There is.
Actual American citizen.
New Jersey, right. What is these people watching?
So let's let in all these criminals. Who cares if they're criminals, terrorists, RAPISTSs, criminal thugs, cartel members, as long as they vote for.
He said, how about I give him a reference, Casual Mike? Mike, fuck you. This is my channel, and I give and do what I want to do. You're not going to go on my channel and tell me to show you what you want to see. You got an iPhone or Android phone. Go ahead and do it for yourself. If not, watch what I'm showing. Other than that, come on, man, really? There is evidence. Google for yourself, Mike. Do it for yourself. If not, watch some of my old videos. It's there for you. My videos is right there for you. Check it out.
For us and keep us an hour, we don't care because they don't have any policies.
All right, Coconut, catch you later. So yeah, Casual Mike, you want to check out anything, look at my channel. Check it out.
They don't have any vision. They don't have any strategy. They don't have any successes. They have zero track record. If you were running a lemonade stand in Bangladesh and somebody handed you the resume of the Democrats, you wouldn't hire them, let alone to govern and pass consequential legislation and policy over the greatest country that God and man has ever conceived. This is the truth that you'll never hear anywhere, especially in the woke media. Check out this amazing expose on Wanda the ballot stuffer right here.
For her, Bridgeport's alleged ballot stuffer, Wanda, she got a face you don't forget. Johnny sure hasn't.
Where you at? Where you at? He was the voter fraud right here.
Wanda. Yes. Arrested for ballot fraud. What's going on? Stop following me. Excuse me, Wanda. What's going on?
Angela, child of God, thank you for the gift. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for that. Appreciate you guys. You guys are a blessing. Thank you, thank you.
Wanda, you were also caught stuffing. What happened? Wanda? Wanda, don't you want to come clean?
Where you at, Robert? Where you at, Robert?
Wanda, what about the person whose ballot you've been having for 10 years? Wanda? Wanda, what happened?
Casual Mike, where you at? Don't leave the chat. The most stupid shit ever. The video ain't get a chance to get in good enough for him to catch it. Did you leave? Because there's a question right here. You need to be answered. It's right here.
Wanda, don't run me over, Wanda.
That's crazy.
She tried to run him over.
Turns out Wanda doesn't talk. She only stuffs. So when they hauled her into court a few years back, Wanda pulled a Fauci.
Is that you walking out the front doors of 999 Broad Street? And did you deposit completed absentee ballots not belonging to you on the in the drop box on that?
You see that chat, Casual Mike, telling us what's the evidence and all that? And here it is right here. One of them. Amazing. Facts over feelings. And be patient. That's the problem, too. Bring patience back again.
Date and time.
Those ballots have Wanda staring down nearly 100 counts. Ballot stuffing, fraud, voting as people who never show.
Yeah, that's what it is. They just want to piss us off. I give you that. I give you that. But I don't mind, you know what I'm saying, stopping the video and showing the proof. I'll show them proof, but they're not going to tell me to do it.
Showed up enough to lock her up for good. Most people might lay low. Not our girl. She's a fighter.
She's a
Out
fighter.
on bail, she got arrested again. Tried to scare off a witness, allegedly.
Wow.
Which brings us to today, when Wanda waltzed back into court to pay the piper. But the piper wasn't asking much. A judge laid out a deal. 3 years and it'll go away. But Wanda wanted to gamble. So she passed on the deal and rolled the dice on a trial.
With respect to those pleas, we would serve 8 years of incarceration. However, that would be suspended after serving 3 years with 3 years of probation. You understand that to be one?
Yes.
Having considered all of the information and speaking with your attorney, you wish to reject the state's offer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bad bet. If she loses, she's looking at up to 500 years.
Dang!
But the stuffer's not sweating. Sources tell us the system's so backed up, she won't see a jury till the end of next year, after the election, of course. Remember, arresting Wanda's the easy part. You can cuff her, you can take her to court, you can lock her up, but there's always another Wanda. Lucky for us, they're running out of road because Trump has been fighting to tighten up mail-in voting. And today, or it was Monday, the Supreme Court sided with him 6-3.
Hallelujah. Amen. Praise be to the Lord, the God, the Most High. This is huge. He's right. There's always another Wanda. And that's the only way the Democrats can win.
And we all rushed the White House and actually killed Trump and all of Secret Service.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Would you look at that? It's another day and another mentally ill lefty terrorist threatening revolution. The revolution will be streamed, lads, apparently. Well, what is also going to be streamed is you dumb idiots getting yourself arrested.
Pretty much.
People are fascinated, rightly so, with how out in the open, violent these lefty terrorists are. See, this is a reflection of our society. We have put up with these mentally ill, piss-drinking goblins for so long, we've just kind of become acclimated to their violence and stupidity. I mean, case in point, what did you think was going to happen here, Aiden? Right? This is Libs of TikTok. So she posted this video a few days ago, and let's go through this because it's fascinating insight into how the left-hand side perceives our world.
All you are just fucking retarded. Y'all are all pussies. Y'all are all stupid. It is as simple as we all grab guns. We all group together. And we all rushed the White House and actually killed Trump and all of Secret Service. We aren't doing this pussy shit before where we just storm it. No, we are killing. We have to kill. There is no other way. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say this shit online. We have to kill them.
What does he mean by that?
Right.
Hey, Hassan, I got one of your viewers over here. Yeah. So every aspect of this is fascinating. First of all, he used a hard R, boys. Oh, no. That's a racism.
Racism.
And he used gendered language, right? A derogative term for women. He's calling people pussy. Oh, look at this. So all of their stupid linguistical nonsense, I guess, has been thrown out the window. And then he starts screaming how
underbiting was not great underbiting. I give you that.
It is as simple as we all grab guns.
Now you guys like guns. These guys were gun grabbers. You're the idiots that put the no guns signs everywhere. Guns are scary. Guns are bad. Now all of a sudden, we grab all the guns. It's as simple as we all grab these things we banned.
Insane.
Are you in California? Have you seen the ridiculousness? You got to have a driver's license. By the way, driver's license is racism. But you got to have a driver's license to buy ammo. Are you at all paying attention to what you idiots are doing? So it's as simple as we all get these things that we banned. We demanded that they banned and put all these restrictions. And then we all band together. And then we all just go down there and kill the president and his staff, I guess, and the Secret Service. That's not simple. None of that's simple. See, these people, they've never done anything in their life, and they don't understand the complexities that go with effectively organized. I'm talking about like organizing to sell cookies, right?
Don't like America, get the heck up out of here.
Lemonade stand. There's a bunch of organization that needs to be done. You got to get the sugar, you got to get the lemonade, you got to get the cups, right? You got to get the stand. And then let's say that you got employees, man. There's a whole lot of organization that must be done, and that's complex. That's hard to do, and that's to sell lemonade. You want to organize a bunch of people to go kill the president. That's monumentally even harder than that. But again, because you're a stupid, violent, left-hard terrorist, you don't understand how anything works. So in your stupid pea-sized lefty brain, that's probably atrophied because of hormone blockers, you think everything's simple. Even the most complex stuff is simple. So we just got to all get together and go down there. No one's doing that. You're not doing it. Nobody's doing this. You're trying to get other people to do it. You're a mentally ill goofball living in your lesbian parents' house at the age of 50.
We all group together and we all rush the White House and actually kill Trump.
That's and his Secret Service?
And all of Secret Service. We aren't doing this pussy shit before where we just storm it.
Yeah. What did you think was going to happen? Listen, guys, it's not that difficult to organize a bunch of people to kill the president. All right. So I'm just going to get on TikTok and I'll make videos, and this is how we're organizing. Yeah, but this is a crime. They're not going to let you do it. That's not going to work. Case in point, you're arrested immediately. I can't. What do you mean I can't organize to kill the president on social media? I got you guys are First Amendment advocate.
Roger Drew, welcome to the chat. Welcome. Name is Deunta. You said all we know is he go with the dang on doggo morons. Drew, fuck you and your feelings. Welcome to the chat. Name is Deunta. Right. The Democrat Party is a party of corruption, a party of don't know what a woman is, a party denying a child their real childhood by telling them knowing he's a boy. No, you're a girl, it's okay. No, they're going to hell.
Yeah, but organizing to kill the president isn't protected under the First Amendment. Where are you at?
And you might be going to hell yourself.
What is happening here?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Hold on a second. I can't go on social media and try to get people galvanized to ride at dawn to kill to overthrow the country. That's a dumb idiot.
Drew, if you vote Democrat all your life, you a Democrat. Don't say you're independent. We all independent. But I'm pretty sure you voted Democrat all your life. You probably voted for Kamala Harris, 10 upon 10. So don't come to us or just chat about somebody going to hell.
You have entire country, like the Chinese, right? Israel.
Hard right, what's up? What up, hard right? What's up?
You got the Russians. You got all of these countries full of people who are actual geniuses. They're geniuses and they're evil, and decades.
You said Trump not a Republican? Okay, well he was a Democrat and he went from being Democrat to Republican, and he's a Republican president twice. So what are you talking about?
Decades of trying to open.
So there you go. Facts over feelings. It makes no sense what you just said. Trump was a Democrat. Now he's a Republican. You need to get all the pictures back in the day. He was cool with Mike Tyson, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. Come on, man. All Democrats. And they still Democrats.
Overthrow this country. And this rotundous idiot is like, well, I could do it. Oh, I just got to go election. You're surprised that you're in jail, idiot? You're surprised that didn't work? Listen to TikTok, major breaking. I can now confirm that Aiden Levine has been arrested in the FBI by the FBI this morning, less than 24 hours. Oh my God! How'd they find me? How'd they find? What the fuck is it you're doing this on social media? Your name's on the bottom over here, you stupid cocksucker. Oh, I thought for sure this would work. There you go, lads. There you go.
Conservative common sense. You're right. Christianity used to matter to both parties. One nation under God. Period.
If you want to be kept up to date with these dumb idiot leftards, boys, hit that subscribe button and then make way because it's salt. Let's flow.
This place is a lifeline for many people in this community. And for them to just say they're just going to leave like that and leave us with nothing is unacceptable. This Walgreens has been here for decades, and for decades, the people in this community have been patronizing this place. And for you guys to just leave us like this, it's very unacceptable. It's unacceptable to these children. They
keep telling me that systemic racism, lads, that's why we've got food deserts in these predominantly black neighborhoods. Poor blick grandmas can't get medicine for the diabetes because they've got pharmacy deserts in these black areas because white supremacy.
Stop stealing.
No, I caught some of that white supremacy on video over here, right? This is I meme, therefore I am. And we're going to go take a look at white supremacy in action. It's weird because it looks like a lot of teen youths. Yeah. Let's go see why there's no CVSs in Democrat-run, predominantly black neighborhoods because of white supremacy.
Oh, we raided CVS!
Whoa.
We raided CVS! Oh, yo, we raided CVS! Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
Now, I hear you. You're sitting there go, we raided CVS. And you're like, oh, no, he's going to go rob a CVS. No, guys. The new hip lingo for getting a resume in, right? Grabbing a job application is raiding, right? We raiding that Albertsons over there. I got to get a job this summer, right? Need gas money, especially in California. Holy shit. Yeah. So this is going to go get a job application. Let me in a she.
Nah, they raided the whole place.
Oh, no, I was sorry, guys. I was wrong.
Eminem singer, that's me right there. Eminem, that's me.
Well, I'm surprised he's not allergic to peanuts. Maybe he is.
Don't know.
He's going to go to another CVS and he's going to go steal one of those anti-peanut venom injections. No, that's stupid. No, he's gonna go to another CVS. Watch that. I got them M&Ms in the shit. And they're like, it's another CVS. They just hit them all. So now he's got to go get some water. He's got some thirst. Stealing it as she is thirsty work. Yo, yeah, boy, let's get this one done.
Oh, yeah. He's not this shit over. My mother.
Oh, my mother. Damn.
There you go. Let's just knock this shit over on my mother. Yeah, no, this is definitely racism. Yeah, it's definitely racism.
White supremacy.
I gotta be real.
I'm
shocked that CVS is still even fucking there.
That
Most CVSs at this point in black areas, they put everything behind bulletproof glass. So the fact that you even got multiple CVSs and walking vicinity in New York City is striking me as, wow, man, they patient as fuck down there. But I know they gonna leave. Like, I don't even get satiated by stealing the peanut M&Ms. No, I got to steal the M&Ms. I got to steal the water, and I got to ransack the place. Right?
Just not enough.
The individual shooting this social media is an animal, and they're pissing all over their territory. That's how you mark your territory. Well, CVS isn't into it. They're not German. They're not into being pissed on, so they're going to leave. And then all of the black race baiting scumbags who've parasited their way into these public offices over here are going to come out and start, oh no, white supremacy did this. Wee, 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 wee. Oh, you fucking white people. Yeah. Oh yeah. I saw one white kid in this group. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of comments of limited IQ assholes going, oh, the white people doing it too. Yeah, and we're condemning it. That's stupid. You should be flogged. Flogged if you're caught doing this. Flogged. White people don't go out there and make excuses, turn a blind eye, or promote this type of mentality. White people, Asians, Mexicans, if your Mexican mom saw you doing this, you'd get your ass beat in front of a bunch of Jesus candles. But black people, no, they go out there. This is an aspect of black culture these days. Again, this fucking idiot is over. He's making social media. Look, we robbing the place.
Oh, yeah. He's not this shit over.
Look at this. Look, there you go. There you go. Hey, yeah. The animal.
Let me get some more candy.
It needs more. So, yeah. The teaching, you're sitting there going, oh, that's a weird thing for a Christian to do. No, guys, that's an upside down cross. It's an upside down cross, right? This is a Satanist. So I don't know. It just seems that in my day and age, you didn't promote openly your crimes. But here we've got teen youths, and they're so fucking stupid. They videotape themselves doing it. They live stream themselves doing it.
Right.
And in part, they do it because CVS, the city over here, nobody's going to subpoena TikTok to get this idiot's information. They won't do it.
Timothy, you got TDS, huh? Can't get enough of Trump, huh? Amazing. Welcome to the chat. Name is Deunta. How you doing, Timothy? Facts over feelings.
This one idiot can be arrested easily. Identifiable tattoos out in the open. It's so easy, but there's just no energy for it, right? There's only energy out there for arresting people who do a burnout in a rainbow crosswalk.
Hey, Timothy, fuck you and your feelings. Go to another channel. Why are you over here? Like the channel, subscribe to the channel, or at least donate. If not, get the fuck on. Who cares about your feelings? Pay attention to the video. Thank you. If not, like I said, go somewhere else.
Knock over one of those chalkboard signs outside a lesbian coffee shop that's got a stupid fucking rainbow rabbit or something on it. You knock that over, knock over a rainbow flag. Boy, they all up your butthole. You pray outside of one of these demonic abortion clinics. Boy, they got a lot of energy to federally arrest your ass. You're constantly videotaping yourself ransacking these institutions that are going to leave, by the way. The grocery stores are going to leave. The pharmacies are going to leave. The general stores are going to leave. The hardware shops are going to leave. Well, again, the hardware shops are going to be fine. Ain't nobody stealing work boots in this area.
That's the pick at mine.
These places that are being ransacked for their sugary diabetes over here, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. Of course they are. And of course, you know who will be blamed for it. I mean,
yeah, as kids, we weird. We pick at the scab, we eat the scab, or try to break it in half. Weird shit.
Well, you don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to see what's going on over here. Usual suspects. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching the video. Support channel kept to date on who white supremacy, still in M&Ms. Hit the subscribe button and make way because of salt. Let's follow.
A lot of people thought President Trump, he doesn't have it anymore. No more mojo. He's not going to win come midterms. And we're not seeing that the Trump effect matters anymore. Did you see what went down in South Carolina last night?
Let's see something. Let's see. Tim Walz.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is under fire for voting to pardon an illegal migrant convicted of sexually abusing a 10-year-old. The three-person panel granted 42-year-old Tulu Vang the reprieve on June 10th, and he was set to be deported. The Trump administration officials blasted this decision, saying in a statement, quote, Governor Tim Walz's decision to pardon an illegal alien convicted child rapist so he can remain in our country is disgusting. These are the criminal illegal aliens seen as Minnesota sanctuary policies politicians are protecting.
One of the members of the pardon board is Attorney General Keith Ellison, whose office told the New York Times in a statement, quote, the Minnesota Board of Pardons made a unanimous decision to grant Tao Vang this pardon after an exhaustive process, which included a statement of support for the pardon.
The United States is a corporation. We know that.
From the victim, a recommendation to grant the pardon from the clemency.
Are you paying attention? You lefties keep on talking about Trump's a pedophile. You got Tampon Tim, let a pedophile free.
Review Commission and a large number of community support letters. Governor Walz pointed the Times to the victim's letter supporting the pardon as part of the reason for his decision. Vang says he was born in a Thailand refugee camp in 1983, and the U.S. admitted him as a refugee in 1994, then becoming a permanent resident.
So the details here are pretty disgusting. This was sexual abuse of a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
And it was ongoing, repeated.
2 years.
He was 18 at the time, but it's a 10-year-old.
Right.
Hey, Timothy, Travis, fuck all that you talking about, man. Stop all that fucking typing and texting and chatting. Are you listening to the fucking video? Your precious Tampon Tim just partying a fucking freak. You ain't paying attention to that, though, huh? That's fucked up.
In 2000, so he actually didn't go to prison for this. He made a plea deal. And so I guess he's had like sex offender registry status or something for the last 20 years because this happened in 2000. This was
2005.
2005, 2006. So they tried to deport him then in 2006, but at the time Laos was not accepting. We couldn't deport people to Laos. Now we can. Laos has an agreement. So this pardon I mean, really, he's been on the sex offender registry for 20 years. He didn't go to prison anyway. The pardon is to stop him from being deported. I don't know why we would stop him from being deported.
All right, Glenn, catch you later, Glenn. Appreciate you. Who's crying about being blocked?
See why we couldn't deport him to Laos when Laos was saying, no, we're not willing to take him. But now they are. So you probably got to go to Laos, particularly when this is so disgusting. But what he cited when his defense at the time was, well, in that part of Asia, in Thailand and Laos, it's culturally acceptable to have sexual contact with such an underage looking person. Well, if that's how you feel, I guess that's the country for you. Then we're sending you back. We just read that it was unanimous. What I read is that it was like it was 3-2, or it was not unanimous. But some people did abstain from the vote. Anyway, I don't know why you would take this vote. I don't know why you would decide that this is a good idea. Obviously, it's going to generate deservedly furious blowback. The victim. So Tim Wall says he's motivated by the victim saying that she.
So Brandon crying about being blocked. Stop being an idiot. He won't block you, but you keep coming back. So I gotta say, I appreciate that.
She no longer, or that she supports the pardon or something. He already evaded prison time and has been on the sex offender registry, which is being on the sex offender registry is actually a more serious punishment than.
Keep it simple, Brandon. Yep, keep it simple, man.
People appreciate, because if you're on it, it's like very difficult to get a job and find housing, and because there's like.
It's been 3 hours and 7 minutes, you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So many restrictions on where you go and where you can live. I've heard people say that they would like, you'd rather be in prison and then not on the sex offender registry when you're done and serve a longer prison sentence than not go to prison but be on the sex offender registry.
So so you see this chat, Tampon Tim was almost the vice president. So he let this stuff slide. Let's imagine he was the vice president. A whole lot of stuff would have slide. A lot of corruption. You ever got $19 to $20 billion already, you know what I'm saying, missing or messed up? Man. Yeah, the victim messed up, man. Brandon, you still here? Let's go, Brandon.
Registry, because it makes life so difficult. So, like, he did get a significant punishment, but he's not an American citizen. He's eligible for deportation. The American people obviously want people in this situation deported. Laos is willing to have him deported.
Okay, Jay, really? Okay, what about Joe Biden taking a shower with his daughter? You ain't gonna talk about that part, huh?
Deported, so I don't know why that shouldn't happen. What say you, Lindsay?
Most pardons are, well, not most of them. A lot of pardons cause a lot of controversy, right? We know this, that a lot of people comb through any pardons. We talk about the fraud pardons. It makes no sense based on policy. But specifically, when you talk about Tim Walz and how he, on fraud, but directly tied to immigration, has failed in his own state to pardon a migrant that did something as egregious as molesting and touching a 10-year-old, which is disgusting to me and completely abhorrent. The timing is just foolish for him to jump in this conversation. I would just say, listen, no, I'm not being part of this. Like, why would you want to go down as the person who does that? Especially when most of the country agrees that criminals, specifically criminals that do things like this to children, should get out of the country. Everybody was on the same page when it comes down to this type of criminal activity. And I think when we talk about the president's touting, oh, we're going to get murderers and rapists, this is the people we're talking about. He should go. And so I don't have any type of remorse for the victim writing a letter and being so far past it. That's fine. But the other 10-year-olds that live in society that know there's no punishment aside from being on some list for getting molested by a grown adult is absurd. And I like boils my blood that, Tim Walz, other Democrats can't get this. It's like easy to be on the right side of history with immigration, like allow this country to grow, allow it to flourish in a variety of industries, allow people to come in and be everything from the highest skilled workers to farm laborers. But if people are molesting and raping children, they should go. And I don't understand why there's any nuance there and why we're protecting folks like this, especially because he's saying, I want to stay at home with my wife and 6 children. Well, I'm sorry. You shouldn't rape kids then.
Yeah.
Or maybe your wife and 6 children got to go with you for decisions you made. You can explain to them in another country.
They don't have to go, but you
but you can explain to them in another country why you did this and explain to them why you should never do anything like this.
Yeah.
Okay. I just don't understand why this is so hard for Democrats to understand. I mean, I'm really disgusted.
I'm not going to stop you. Go off.
I didn't know about this. I didn't even know about this until we were doing the show today. And I feel like my blood boiling. And I think that maybe even changed and got exaggerated as a mom. Because I'm like, 10 is so innocent. I have a 4-year-old, right? So in 6 years, there's no chance that she understands how to navigate and protect herself in a way that an adult would in any real way. And so even if something happened to you that traumatic at 10, unless you have the right.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I believe I subscribed to his channel. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I'm definitely going to play him next. I got you guys. No problem.
Type of therapy and you go through life where you really have come past it. Maybe she wants to just write this letter to just remove it from her life and get the stain off her history. Who knows the reasoning why she would write a letter supporting him being pardoned. Maybe she thinks there's no point of her holding on to this grief and animosity.
So anybody keep on talking about some damn Trump shit, I'm going to pull this up every goddamn time about Tampon Tim pardon a sex freak, some dude from Thailand. Makes no sense. That little girl was 10 years old. For 2 years straight, he did this to her. Messed that girl up. Tampon Tim gonna pardon him. And then, January 6th. No. What this dude just did. What Tampon Tim just did. Straight corrupt, man.
Whatever it is, it still doesn't take away the fact that people should be punished for doing crimes like this. And I have no remorse for get him out of the country. Like I don't think any Democrat should stand on this side of history. This is why we have the blow up.
Yeah, they try to get him out. Get Jay up out of here.
Lawler and Raskin in Congress because Republicans sit there and feel like on the other side, yes, we can argue that Alex Preddy and Renee Good should be protected and that the response was incorrect there and they should still be alive today. But on the other side, you got to argue that Americans cannot be harmed by migrants that are given an opportunity to come in this country and do things like raping people or hurting people. And even though those incidents happen rarely, when they do happen, we have to call them out and be really direct about it. So I'm just disgusted.
I'm starting to think Tim Walz might not be ready for prime time.
I thought that a couple months ago. You're a little late.
Might not be the guy.
Oh, man, I got to cool off.
Yeah, we got more to discuss. Stay with us.
Last night, Darlene really taking it to the finish line. Lindsey Graham's sister, younger sister. And this is despite kind of.
Oh, hold on. Let me switch it up. Got an update from Steve Truly, Dr. Steve. Something about some Mandani. Let's see what Mandani been up to. Yes. What you been up to, Mandani?
Check out this list. Kampala, Uganda. New Delhi, India. Manhattan, New York.
Right, Dakota. They'll be back. They can't stay away.
That's the real estate portfolio of the supposed Marxist mayor Zoran Mamdani's own family. The same family whose son just told New York's wealthy that they don't deserve to exist unless they pay up. While he was busy publishing a public database naming nearly 1 million New York property owners subject to his new Tax the Rich scheme, his own parents were sitting on a luxury compound on Lake Victoria, a getaway in one of India's wealthiest cities, and property in the most expensive real estate market on the planet. Stick around because we're about to expose the mansions, the money, and the mind-blowing hypocrisy of the loudest socialist in America. Hey, gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, your patron professor, here to help you make sense of the madness. We're breaking news and
He should never been in office. This dude was born in Uganda. Why are he in office? And then the man got sworn in with the Quran. Straight bullshit. That should have never have happened. But you damn lefties, the white guilt, black liberals, the goofy says vote this man in because they want some stuff for free. Idiots. Nothing is free.
Analysis you're not going to get anywhere else, so make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. If you don't know, Zoran Mamdani was born in Kampala, Uganda, 1991. The son of Columbia University professor Mahmoud Mamdani and Academy Award-nominated filmmaker Mira Nair. He spent...
Especially when you talk about the Constitution no good, you should never be in power at all. How you in power and don't like the Constitution? Stupid.
His childhood bouncing between Uganda and South Africa before the family relocated to New York City in 1999, eventually settling into an apartment on the Upper West Side. Now, of course, the irony in all of this is that little Zoran, would grow up denouncing landlords and private property, all the while his family was quietly building a real estate footprint that spans 3 continents and multiple $1 million. Let's start with the crown jewel, the family compound in Uganda's Buziga Hill neighborhood, just outside Kampala. This is not some modest bungalow. We're talking a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom villa on 2 full acres with panoramic views of Lake Victoria. Monkeys reportedly roaming the grounds, and neighbors who happen to include Uganda's vice president and the head of the country's defense forces. And here's the kicker. This denouncer of landlords, right, Mamdani, he is the son of landlords. His family rents out the Uganda house on Airbnb, and they've done so for almost 8 years.
This is why we got to do our research on our politicians before we elect them. He's a spoiled brat. Don't know how to budget nothing. That's crazy. He never worked a real job in his life.
Now, the reason why this is so beyond ironic is that Mamdani has doubled down on New York's ridiculously strict Local Law 18, which is a near total ban on short-term rentals. Airbnb has been doing everything they possibly can to try to relax these laws, and Mamdani is standing in the way. His administration has held firm that easing restrictions would turn apartments into investment opportunities for predatory actors and worsen the housing crisis, even though data shows the crackdown hasn't lowered rents and instead has pushed hotel prices up roughly 30%. But no matter, that's okay. His family can enjoy the proceeds from Airbnb while he denies that to others. The very same rental platform that Mamdani has spent years railing against as a scourge on housing affordability is the exact same platform his own parents use to turn their African villa into a side hustle, charging as much as $340 a night for total strangers to enjoy their monkeys and their predatory lake views. But it gets better. You may remember this, but last year, Mamdani married Syrian artist Rama Douaji, and it was hardly a quiet ceremony. The engagement party was thrown in Dubai, one of the 20 richest cities in the world by millionaire population. He then threw a lavish 3-day wedding celebration in Uganda, guarded by armed special Ugandan military forces and his own private security detail, complete with masked military security and cell phone jamming systems to keep prying eyes and cameras away. Note that the man who criticizes ICE agents for wearing masks needed his own private army of masked guards just to protect his wedding weekend at the family mansion. Now, let's talk about the land itself, because Mamdani doesn't just visit his parents' compound. He actually owns his own slice of Uganda as well, according to his 2023-2024 financial disclosures. Mamdani personally owns 4 acres of vacant land in Jinja, Uganda, near the source of the Nile River. It's valued somewhere between 150 to 250,000. And get this, the New York Sun pointed out the delicious irony back in April. Mamdani wants to slap a punishing new tax on vacant, underutilized luxury property in New York City in the form of what's known as a pied-à-terre tax, all the while sitting on his own vacant, undeveloped land in a country where the average annual income is less than $1,000 a year. Rules for thee, not for me. And it's not just Uganda. Mamdani's mother, Mira Nair, has openly described living a jet-set, three-continent lifestyle. In an interview with People magazine, she said, quote, I am privileged to have my own cocoon in each of my three homes, New York, Kampala, and New Delhi. 3 homes, 3 continents. One socialist son telling the rest of us that private property is theft. Nair also owned a $1.4 million loft in Chelsea, purchased in 2008, sold in 2019. A property now estimated to be worth close to $2 million. That's not exactly the working class housing situation that Mamdani likes to talk about on the campaign trail. So let's tally it up. We've got a Kampala compound worth well over $1 million that moonlights as an Airbnb that Mamdani blames for contributing to an affordability crisis. You got 4 acres of personal vacant land in Jinja. You got a Chelsea loft. You got regular visits to a home base in New Delhi. And you got a wedding weekend that required private security and jamming equipment normally associated with heads of state. Now, encountering all of this made me think of the lines I hear people say all the time when it comes to gold. I'm going to wait, right? Wait for gold to come down. Wait for inflation to settle. Then I'll get it. Wait for the economy to stabilize. Wait until things feel a little more normal. But here's my question to you guys. What exactly are we waiting for? Yep. You see the likes of the wealthy around the world. They're not waiting. Look at the economic reality around us. Central banks around the world continue accumulating gold. Nations continue looking for alternatives to their dependence on the dollar. We're watching an increasingly fragmented global economy take shape right in front of us. These aren't isolated headlines. These are structural changes. And we've been talking about these trends in this channel for years. So when someone tells me that they're waiting for the, quote, right time to look at gold, I think they're still focused on the wrong thing. Because if debt, currency concerns, central bank buying, geopolitical uncertainty, if those are the reasons you were considering physical gold in the first place, what's changed? That's the question, right? Not whether you could perfectly time the price, not whether gold is higher today than it was a year ago. Have the fundamental reasons for owning gold gone away? Obviously, from where I sit, they have not. So that's why people are still looking at purchasing physical gold and silver directly, while others are exploring whether a gold IRA makes sense for a portion of their retirement savings. And if you're looking into either one, get educated first. And that's why I trust Augusta Precious Metals. Their experienced educational team will sit down with you one-on-one, explain physical gold and silver, walk you through how a gold IRA works, answer your questions, and then help you understand your options before you make a decision. Link below right now. Now, here's where this gets even messier, because as I told you before, Mamdani's pied-à-terre tax, the surcharge on second homes worth,
you all good, Kathy. Appreciate you.
over $5 million. It's already run into serious legal trouble. A Staten Island judge issued a temporary restraining order after 3 homeowners sued the city. Meanwhile, the very affordability crisis this tax was supposed to fix, yeah, right, it keeps getting worse. Manhattan's median rent hit a record $5,300 in July. Average rent hit an all-time high of $6,600. And the rental vacancy rate sits at just 1.5%, the lowest it's been since 1968. So think about what's actually happening here. New York's wealthy tax base has been fleeing for lower tax states for years. The state has lost an estimated $111 billion in net income to interstate migration over the past decade, the worst of any state in the country by far. Governor Kathy Hochul, who's her own disaster, she's been reduced to publicly begging donors to go find their millionaire friends in Palm Beach and try to convince them to come back home to New York. And now we learn that the mayor leading this crusade against the, quote, rich comes from a family that spent decades living the exact lifestyle he condemns. Multiple properties, multiple continents, Airbnb income, and armed private security at family events. Here's the frame that actually explains all of this. And it comes from the late Brazilian philosopher Olavo de Carvalho, who I had the honor of getting to know towards the end of his life. He was a brilliant man. But Carvalho argued about what he called meta-capitalists in his analysis, his social and political analysis. Meta-capitalists. These are wealthy, ideologically Marxist figures who become so rich, so globally connected, so politically connected, and so insulated from consequence that they effectively rise above the very capitalist system they publicly denounce, but ironically personally profit from. So what's so key here is that they don't abolish the rules for the wealthy. Instead, they see themselves as the exception to those rules. They get to own vacant land in developing countries. They get to rent out family villas on Airbnb or throw multi-continent weddings with private security and jet between 3 homes on 3 continents, all while telling ordinary New Yorkers, ordinary renters, ordinary small landlords that wealth itself is the problem. That's the real story here. It's not just hypocrisy in the ordinary political sense. Every politician's got some of that. It's something more structural. It's a class of people wealthy and connected enough that socialism for them is a policy they impose on everyone else, but never on themselves. That's what Carvalho meant by meta-capitalists. They have enough wealth and political power to, in effect, live above the capitalist system that they denounce. Mamdani can publish a database exposing the addresses of nearly 1 million New Yorker property owners, force 17,000 of them to prove they don't owe a new tax, and then stand outside billionaires' penthouses demanding they pay their fair share, all the while his own family enjoys the exact kind of multi-continent, multi-property wealth he claims should not exist. But unfortunately, the joke's on him. The rich that Mamdani wants New York to punish are heading to Florida in droves. Every single month, the city loses more and more tax revenue. That's what they're calling the Mamdani effect, or perhaps the Mamdani curse, the kind of social and economic disaster that comes from imposing rules on others that Mamdani has spent his entire life exempt from.
Sure.
Mamdani himself may not feel the consequences of his hypocrisy, but unfortunately, the consequences for New Yorkers are just getting started. Check out this list: Kampala, Uganda; New Delhi, India; Manhattan, New York. That's the real estate portfolio of the supposed
report crossed today of an oil tanker being hit with
Things with Iran just turned chaotic. Listen to this.
President Trump is vowing to keep the Iran war going for as long as necessary as Qatar's prime minister now prepares to head to Tehran to try and further negotiation efforts.
We do know the visit comes as President Trump told Al Jazeera that the U.S. is achieving a very big victory, but the war will continue as long as necessary. Another report crossed today of an oil tanker being hit with an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz earlier this week. The international waterway remains a location of tension in the region as the U.S. is still overseeing vessels through a southern route. Still, the IRGC warned Wednesday that the strait would not be opened until the United States accepts Iranian demands.
Look, even now, from a military standpoint, the Strait of Hormuz and the southern route is closed. As I said, our armed forces do not allow passage through it. But under this understanding, through an interactive process, Oman itself will also accept that the southern route be completely closed.
Wow.
And that its closure be notified to the International Maritime Organization.
But then how are ships getting out?
We do know that parallel talks continue between Iran and Oman about control of the strait, although reports indicate Secretary of State Marco Rubio is telling allies that the United States is leaning into economic pressure on Iran following a new sanctions package that was announced earlier this week. New images from inside Iran show lines at gas stations in the country, an indication the naval blockade and sanctions are starting to have a tangible effect.
And this entire strategy that Iran had of using the Strait of Hormuz as leverage over the United States, our president, and the world economy has absolutely backfired. Look at this. Iran is experiencing diminishing returns. Iran's plan to monopolize the Strait of Hormuz has been on the table for a long time. They've always thought this was their leverage. But this threat has been eroded. The U.S. has dismantled their ability to find ships and then go after them, which reveals that Iran's leverage here was strongest before they used it. And once they used it, everything backfired. Look at this.
Inflation numbers are also rising in Iran as the currency weakens, now holding around 2 million rial to
2
1
million
US
to
dollar.
one currency.
This is affecting the entire population
Wow.
of Iran.
The lifestyle this has created for us has definitely lowered the quality of the life we imagine for ourselves in terms of how we live, travel, and spend time with our friends. It has reduced the level of comfort and the ideal standard of living we had in mind. That's been its impact. It has also had a major effect on my future plans and on the business I personally wanted to start.
Regional intelligence sources tell Fox News there is concern among officials in Tehran about the possibility of renewed protests in the country over the economic situation.
I'll say you've got people who had plans. There was a future on the table for them. And because of their government waging a never-ending campaign against what? Ships in the Strait of Hormuz that aren't even part of this conflict, they don't have a future. That's not going to last forever. This is an untenable situation, which is why some people think Iran might be planning a new type of offensive. Look at this.
Donald Trump has got, as I said earlier, an anaconda civil war strategy of the North. He's going to squeeze them as much as he can. They will send off missiles or drones from their vestigial fleet, and he'll hit them hard. And he hopes that will continue to, that containment will continue to the midterms. I would expect an October surprise by the Iranians to try something to get in the headlines and lose Trump the election. And then after the election, I would think that the Israelis and the Americans would hit them very hard for the slightest provocation. And that would be pretty devastating. Meanwhile, there's the wild card no one talks about, and that's what are the Iranian people going to do?
What do you do in a country where you all of a sudden have no future and it's your leaders that are responsible for that, constantly claiming that the Strait of Hormuz is closed when it's obviously not? Look at the price of oil. It's falling constantly. Everyone can look at what this is. You cannot hide the fact that oil is not $100 a barrel. Certainly can't hide the fact that it's not $200 a barrel. And that's what we were told. We were told that that was going to happen. But once they used that leverage, what happened? The United States came up with a plan to escort ships out. U.S. forces have assisted over 1,000 commercial vessels moving millions of barrels of oil since the spring. So Iran thought they had this wild card of leverage that they were going to play. And now the question is, what are they going to do when there's nothing left for them to play? Look at this.
When they can't even afford fruit, they can't afford milk.
Sad, man.
They can't afford electricity. They can't afford gas. They can't afford diesel. They can't afford kerosene or natural gas. It's all scarce. So they're either going to retaliate against the regime or they will just keep quiet, but they're not going to be active economically and fully generating wealth. They can't do it anymore, given what we've done to them. Is that victory? I don't know, but I think in our time for this particular mission, the mission was they're very close to getting a bomb stopped. And stop them in a cost of benefit analysis, about $55 billion. But I don't think anybody thought you could, take that versus $1 trillion in Iraq and probably $2 trillion in Afghanistan over 20 years.
Yeah.
Victor, I have a bunch.
So that's the other part of this that nobody's talking about. Trump keeps saying this is a successful operation, and the numbers prove it. The fake news lies about how the economy is collapsing and how Trump is triggering oil prices that are out of control. That's not true. But what is true is this is not an Iraq. This is not an Afghanistan. This is not even an invasion. There are zero boots on the ground in Iran. Remember all those people that were saying, oh, Trump's going to invade. He's going to try to take over the country. It's a forever conflict. None of that's happened. And while the president does make statements, that say, look, this conflict can go on as long as it needs to. What's he talking about? He's talking about the economic consequences of Iran not making a deal, of Iran deciding that, hey, we're willing to be a regime forever, and we don't care if that brings us to a level where we're not building wealth and we're not having an industrial base and we're not manufacturing anything and we're just an economy that farms what it needs to survive. And that's it. If that's the type of country that they want to be and rule over, Trump is giving them that choice. There is no way back into the global economy with the industrial, natural resource-rich future that could exist for Iran if they want to be this way. There are two choices ahead of them. If they want to go this direction, the people of Iran are going to be looking at that, and the writing is going to be on the wall for whether or not this regime gets to exist for another 47 years. Look at this.
But the proposed framework includes the establishment of a joint temporary navigational corridor through the Strait of Hormuz. That would seem fine. Negotiations between the two sides would continue with a view to agreeing on a permanent navigational corridor. That seems okay. But this and future administration of the strait, that's where we get into the sticky side of this. What are you thinking?
Yeah, they think they're going to take it over.
John, I agree with your assessment. I think this negotiations between Iran and Oman regarding the Straits of Hormuz reminds me of Shakespeare's play, Much Ado About Nothing. And here's why I say that. When we all started this, there were 1,600 ships inside the Straits of Hormuz. Some got out in the breaks that we gave the Iranians in negotiation tactics, but many have been escorted out by the United States Navy. 5 to 7 ships a day are still getting out of the Straits of Hormuz, and they're hugging that coast of Oman, escorted by the United States Navy. And the ones that are remaining, about 200, I believe are all the Iranian ships. And so the Iranians are trying to get their own stuff out by sneaking them out through the corridor of near Oman. So,
wow. That's something that we haven't heard before. Nope. We keep hearing about how, no ships are getting out. This whole thing is shut down. Iran keeps saying no ships are getting out. But the reality is this entire time, ships have been getting out. And when Iran says no ships are getting out, they don't have the ability to see where these ships are because their capability to detect them and fire upon them has been taken away. At the exact same time, the ships they know about that are trapped in the Strait of Hormuz all belong to them and are full of their oil and can't go anywhere. So they're telling the truth just about their own economic situation, which is subject to a U.S. blockade that has never been tried before and is as successful as the president maintains. Look at this. But just before we continue, this is a paid advertisement for Rumble Wallet, who's sponsoring this portion of the show. What if your bank told you no to your own money? Official rules for details.
By sneaking them out through the corridor of near Oman. So I don't think there's any really merit to these negotiations, and I don't think anything will come of it.
Trump did.
They're looking for a way out.
2 or 3 times issue a warning to Oman. I mean, Oman is a close U.S. ally, but clearly this is a very strong brushback pitch on the part of the president.
Yeah, and he got ahead of that.
Yeah, I do think that he's reminding Oman. Oman lives in a dangerous neighborhood. They have a wolf as their neighbor, and they have straw houses. So I believe the Omanis are just trying to extend this along and not overly irritate the Iranians enough to make them attack them.
You got to remember, every single country in the Middle East right now that is a neighbor of Iran, they're all playing the same game. They look at what Trump and the United States military are doing, which has never been done before, and everybody is underestimating our president. And what they're doing at the exact same time, they aren't seeing the true picture of what's going on here, and they are overestimating the leverage that Iran has. Iran says that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, but nobody can see the ships that have turned off their trackers and are being escorted out by the U.S. military. Certainly Iran can't see them. At the same time, there are a whole bunch of ships that are trapped in there. Those can't get out. Iran says, yeah, see, that's proof that we're in charge here. And you got to remember, for the last 47 years, many a U.S. president has said things about Iran, and Iran has made it. Iran is around. Iran's regime is still in charge. They are still holding 93 million people inside their country hostage. And if you're Iran's neighbor, how do you not look at the last 47 years of this regime's ability to survive and not plan for a future where they survive? How do you do that? That explains some of their negotiating, but that's where U.S. leadership comes in. Look at this.
Same time, they understand where their money comes from, and they understand who the largest consumer in the world.
Name is Deunta Rants and Rave. Thank you guys for the sub. Thank you guys for the super chat and likes. Thank you. Appreciate that.
is, and they understand who has the world's most powerful military and the most powerful economics. So I believe Oman is just kind of playing the Iranians' game of let's stretch this along and see what happens.
playing both
because
sides.
while we're in this period of nothing happening, that's good.
Yeah. Well, as long as nobody's shooting anybody, there are still reports of some ships being attacked. But back to your point about who controls the Strait of Hormuz and whose ships are getting through and whose aren't. President Trump put this out on Truth Social yesterday. He said,
yeah, they have no one. No one likes Iran. That Sharia law trash, none of that. That's why they come to America, to escape that trash.
that I've just been informed by the U.S. Navy that all mines have been removed and or detonated from within the international waters of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been notified that any ship or boat placing new mines will immediately and systematically be destroyed.
Here's what's interesting about this statement. So Trump says the mines are gone from the international waterbed.
John House, welcome to the chat.
Way, which means they're not necessarily gone from Iran's territorial waters, which reveals even more of Iran's leverage is gone, because first they said that they were going to take over the Strait of Hormuz, and now they're saying that they're going to reopen it. Well, they couldn't take it over, and because they've completely lost control of the situation, they'll never be able to reopen it in their waters. Look at this.
Absolutely. I agree with your assessment, John. We have destroyed 159 ships of their ocean-going Navy. We have destroyed countless thousands of their small boats capable of laying mines and attacking ships. But more importantly, we've also damaged and destroyed those piers and ports and wharfs and warehouses where all of those boats and capabilities launch from. What you're seeing now, every 2 weeks, maybe the Iranians will shoot a drone that could launch from 400 miles away and be steered into a ship as it's exiting the Straits of Hormuz as a final act of defiance. But there are not really any significant attacks that threaten anything.
So this economic stranglehold that the Treasury Department announced the other day on Iran seems to be having
And here's
an
the
effect.
part of this economic aspect that nobody's talking about. Iran had a very strong military in the past. They had a very strong navy. They had a big domestic defense industry. But how do you power all that stuff if no one will do business with you, if no one can sell you raw materials, if no one can buy anything from you because you are completely cut off from the US dollar system? How do you get back to being this conventional threat in the region that says, if you take us on, the cost will be so great that you will wish you hadn't? How do they get back there? I don't think they can. And here's where that's going to lead.
Pictures of long, long gas lines in Tehran. You've got a country that is just literally floating in oil.
This is crazy.
And you got people lining up for gas. Remember back in
Look at that.
January, we had economic demonstrations. Got to wonder, though, Mike, if there were to be more economic protests rise up at this point, when the IRGC and the besieged...
How do you have an oil exporting nation that has a gasoline shortage? That can only happen in a place that is collapsed and cannot do anything with its own natural resources. Is this sad for the people of Iran? Absolutely. But they are being held hostage by a government that wants to use the natural resources of this country to threaten the world economy, to threaten other countries, to threaten our president, to threaten his family, to threaten our families. That's what they are doing with everything that they have in this country, everything they've stolen from these people. Now the question is, will these people get it back?
IRGC and the besieged, to a large degree, are not getting paid.
Yeah, they're not getting paid either.
Might the outcome be different?
Right. If they're not getting paid.
Yeah, I think that's what we're all kind of watching, both inside Iran and outside Iran, of kind of seeing what this next happens. The sanctions that the Treasury Department announced on Monday are really significant. They're striking after Iran's ability to get cryptocurrency, gold, their shipping, their technology, and their aviation. And those are all things that people and countries invest in and want.
Right.
But John, I'm reminded of the Rolling Stones in 1969 when they said you can't always get what you want. And Iran right now is getting a whole lot of what they don't want.
Yeah.
Hey, hippie, guess what? Fuck you and your feelings. We're going to keep on banning your dumb ass. We don't care about your feelings. You ain't coming no facts. You're not even liking the channel. You ain't even donating to the channel at least. You keep coming on my channel with this stupid shit. So keep banning your dumb ass. Fuck your feelings.
That's
nobody brought it
wild.
upon them but themselves.
And that's the interesting thing about this. People have been screaming for months. Oh, Trump has no plan. Oh, Trump's looking for an off-ramp. But it's Iran that is looking for the off.
Some guys, sometimes they just want to troll. They probably got no point. But I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. What did it say? Maj, you got it. I trust you, Maj. You got it.
Off-ramp. Just a few days ago, their president said, you know what, this cannot go on forever. Now they're having these talks with Oman to propose a peaceful solution. That is to give them an off-ramp that it looks like they created without the help of the United States or without the help of any other country. That is to give them an off-ramp that allows their regime to maintain control over a country that they are terrified is bubbling up under the surface and could decide to turn against them at any moment. But now the question is, what move does Iran make next? If their strategy to take over the Strait of Hormuz and monopolize the world economy, if that's yielding diminishing returns and works less and less every single day as more and more ships get out, and as more and more of their neighbors build pipelines that go to places like the Red Sea and overland routes, which Iraq is going to set up with Chevron, as more countries move away from the Strait of Hormuz and the leverage that they have here disappears, what do they do next? There is thought that they're going to do something in October. What will that be? Will it be stopped before it happens? Will there be a U.S. response? Those are all big questions that people have. The other question is, what will Iran be capable of? Because October's a month from now, and these economic sanctions are rough. If people aren't getting paid, how patriotic and how willing are they going to be to engage in a campaign that has an ending that's not very good for them economically, that's not very good for the future of their family? That's what we're all waiting to find out about. What do you think? I'll see you in the next video. U.S. forces just took out another tanker and things are heating up.
Iran is attempting to tighten its grip on global shipping, establishing a controlled maritime zone in the Strait of Hormuz.
But President Trump insists the U.S. still holds the card, saying he's in no rush to make a deal with
because
Tehran.
their ships can't leave
Hey guys,
the
good
area
morning.
they
Iran's
control.
foreign ministry says they are reviewing a new U.S. proposal. This comes as Pakistan's interior minister made a last-minute trip to the Iranian capital of Tehran for talks aimed at moving a possible agreement forward. Iran's foreign minister spoke yesterday with a warning for the United States.
Oh, a warning
President Trump
for the
says
United
he's
States.
in no hurry to make a deal since the U.S. naval blockade is causing significant economic damage to Iran and weakening the regime. He indicated the war could resume quickly if Iran doesn't respond well to this proposal.
Yeah,
We're all ready to go. We have to get the right answers.
And everyone knows what the right answer is. The president's been clear from day number one. No dangerous weapons, no nuclear enrichment, none of that. That's the objective here. And they just don't want to give that answer for some reason. And the president says we're on the border of either total collapse or total success.
You said yesterday you're about an hour away from making a decision. Where does that stand today? Have you heard anything from them?
Very right on the borderline, believe me. If we don't get the right answers, it goes very quickly. We're all ready to go.
Ready to go.
We have to get the right answers. It would have to be a complete 100% good answers. And if we do, we save a lot of time, energy, and lives, most importantly. Could go very quickly.
Wow.
Or a few days. It could be a few days, but it could go very quickly.
Now, remember, at this point, Iran has already broken the ceasefire. They fired upon their neighbors. They've done all kinds of things to agitate and try to push this thing over the edge. The president's been very patient. But now people want to know, what exactly is he waiting for? He said what his demands are, which are the same as they were on day one. And some people think this might be a waiting game to draw out Iran before something else happens.
The Islamic Republic recently created what they call the Persian Gulf Strait Authority to force vessels to coordinate directly with Iran in order to pass through the strait.
That's their tolling
Iran is
setup.
still playing games as it relates to these negotiations, and there are real questions as the clock is ticking.
Yes, there are.
Guys?
So, Trey, what could you tell us about the conversation President Trump had with Bibi Netanyahu?
What's going on here? What's going on here? What we got going on?
on Tuesday, where we understand is so unusual. For the most part, the prime minister's office has not put out any statement. And the president really hasn't vehemently denied that they got angry at each other.
There's a lot of speculation over this. Apparently, Netanyahu is beside himself and had a furious phone call with Trump, who was taking too long to do something, whatever that is. Is this even real news? And does this mean Israel could take unilateral action without telling America?
You tell him, Angela. Get him out of here. F your feelings. Watch the video. Have a good conversation with the chat. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with these lefties, these Democrats?
Reports indicate there was a lengthy, intense conversation between President Trump and the Israeli leader, Prime Minister Netanyahu, as it relates to what comes next in the region. And remember, yesterday, we heard from administration officials who indicated the United States is locked and loaded. Well, the Israelis are also locked and loaded, and there is coordination, I'm told by regional sources, at the highest level between these two countries in preparation for combat operations to resume. But look, there are two separate goals here, and this is really a crossroads for the region. We have to look at the goals of the United States and the goals of the
Israelis. They're not the same.
And they are similar but different, because Israel understands that the Iranians pose a much more direct regional threat as it relates to their proxies in places like southern Lebanon, inside Gaza, and in Yemen. And the United States is looking at the country's nuclear program as the largest threat.
Yeah,
and so
global
you have
problem.
things like ballistic missiles that are on the table for negotiations, but you also have these proxy groups that the Israelis want addressed if there is a broader agreement. And so the United States and Israel are not against a deal with Iran. They're against the wrong deal with Iran, but the wrong deal is different based on who you talk to. And so there are major questions about the days ahead and what that coordination will look like. But officials here say, despite some of those disagreements, both Israel and the United States remain on the same page as it relates to the threat from Iran.
So there's no fighting. People are still coordinating, and it sounds like everybody wants to see an end to this, but what exactly does that end look like?
Yeah, President Trump is not going to accept a limited deal with Iran. He's been very clear he's not willing to make concessions with the Iranian regime as it relates to their nuclear program, that highly enriched uranium, or the Strait of Hormuz. And this is a different approach than the Iranians are used to. You think back to the Obama administration when ultimately a deal was reached and pallets of cash were delivered to the Iranian regime. They use that cash to fund the military program that they are using to threaten U.S. forces and allies today.
That's the deal they
President
want.
Trump doesn't want that to happen. He understands the Iranians are trying to play a long game here.
Yeah, they
They're
want
trying to
another
wait
deal
out
like
the
that.
United States, but the president has strategic patience at the negotiating table and on the battlefield.
And Trump actually said as much. People asked him, do you think you're winning this negotiation? Is it getting to you that they come to the table and then run away? Listen to what the president said.
I never get tired. But what I like to do, if I can save war by waiting a couple of days, I think it's a great thing to do.
So he's not tired of the back and forth. He expects it. They've known the entire time that this regime was never going to come along and say, yep, here's it.
That's right, Trump. Trump is long term. No quick fix. Be patient. Patience is always going to win. No mistake when you be patient.
Everything you want. And you know how you know we're getting close to a deal? Some people are trying to sabotage the deal. Watch this.
Hey, Dana, good morning to you. And some breaking news out of the White House this morning. They are pushing back hard on this Reuters report this morning that claims that the Iranian supreme leader allegedly said that the enriched uranium that is inside the country right now will not be allowed to leave as part of any peace agreement or nuclear deal.
Wow.
That would have complicated these talks by a lot. It would have really ticked off Israel, but the White House is pushing back on this. They say that Reuters report is not true.
Yeah, it's true. They did put a bounty on them. They did. That's some bogus ass shit.
That's how you know we're getting close. If there wasn't a deal in progress that was about to be agreed to and look good for the United States, there wouldn't be some people out there trying to screw the whole thing up before it happens. And remember, this is all political. This is setting a narrative that once Trump does get a deal, people are going to come along and say, oh, well, we all know he didn't get the deal he wanted. There were reports that this wasn't going well. And then at the last minute, he agreed to something when that's not what's happening.
I'm told that, in fact, no decision has been made on that particular issue about the enriched uranium, what happens to it. No determination has been made either way. And that report is not true. Also, yesterday, President Trump warning Iran that the U.S. military is ready to go if they do not give him the right answer soon.
We have no idea. In the final stages of Iran, we'll see what happens. We'll either have a deal or we're going to do some things that are a little bit nasty. But hopefully that won't happen.
And remember this Israel phone call where apparently there's disagreement between the U.S. and Israel that have cooperated perfectly this entire time? Well, it turns out that's fake news, too. Listen to this.
Meanwhile, Israel is pushing back on reports that Trump held a dramatic, intense phone conversation with the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, this week,
so that's fake too.
Who would rather see strikes continue. The president says Netanyahu is going to do whatever he wants him to do. Meantime, we're also seeing new polling coming out of Fox News here. U.S. military action against Iran. 60% of respondents oppose it, and 58% of respondents say the cost of living is now their top economic worry, as the average price of unleaded gas is now above $4 a gallon in every single state across the country as we head into this very busy holiday travel weekend. Dana?
Short-term problems.
At the White House with full of news today. Thank you so much.
So, Dana, up here on the big board, you can see the U.S. military in action boarding a ship this week. Just Wednesday, in fact, called the Celestial. U.S. Navy, they're boarding that ship. Remember what the military has told us. No one can go in or out of Iranian ports. So
there goes their little plan. They got their new map operation over there. And what this really is, this is their attempt to start tolling the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to set this thing up, and you got to deal with them if you want to go in or go out. And this feeds into the narrative that is being put forth here in the United States by some of the hostile media that says Iran is now more powerful than they've ever been. That's what they're talking about. When you hear them say that, you hear them say that they have learned that they can suddenly threaten the world economy and that they can get away with this and that they can strangle. I mean, they've always threatened the world economy. Just because they haven't done it yet doesn't mean this hasn't been an option on the table for them. What they've really learned is that if it's not for the United States, their ability to do what they want on the world stage is virtually unlimited. Think about it. Nobody from Europe came along to stop these guys. And if the United States wasn't involved and they wanted to toll this straight, they'd be getting away with it right now. But here's why it doesn't work.
This is a reminder. From the tip of Oman to the border between Iran and Pakistan, that's where the U.S. Navy has told us that no ship can go in or out if you're going in and out of an Iranian port. This is the choke point here.
That's their little tolling apparatus.
They clear this off and advance it to our next screen here. The naval assets are still in place. They are substantial too. They have not lightened up throughout this ordeal of the past 3 months. What you're seeing on here, a lot of lines, I know it. Focus on the green and then the yellow. First, the green. These are vessels that are entering the Persian Gulf from the east. Okay. It appears from this map that 16 of them have gone through with passage. Some are going around those small islands that Iran demanded. Others seem to be going just a bit south of that. The yellow lines, rather, is the western travel that is moving through the Gulf. The point of showing you this is that there is movement through the Gulf, through that choke point.
And apparently there's a lot more movement than anybody wants to give Trump and the U.S. military any credit for. But now that we know the U.S. and Israel are not fighting with each other and there's not some breakdown in that coalition, listen to what the experts think is probably going to happen.
What the Supreme Leader said, I don't know what that means, but essentially the Supreme Leader says the nuclear material stays. What are you hearing?
Well, I don't think that makes any sense. I think what I've heard is likely transferred to a third party.
Okay.
And certainly the Iranians want to keep enrichment for civilian purposes used, quote unquote. You know, the 3.67% that was in the JCPOA, the Obama deal. I can't imagine that being acceptable to the administration, because you give them any capability to enrich uranium, they can expand that into weapons grade uranium at some point, which obviously is their intent. So there's a lot more to be seen here in terms of what a good deal looks like. But my problem with the deal here is that we leave Iran bruised but intact. And they'll walk away from here citing and convincing themselves that they got the United States to back down. And as a result of that, we extend a lifeline to the regime for sure, for them to do what? To recover. And in the deal, the unfrozen assets are about $100 billion. It's likely we're going to take some part of that and give that to them up front and also reduce some of the sanctions. And certainly we're going to monitor their behavior. But nonetheless, it is a lifeline to the regime that extends them for years to come. The next administration is going to wind up having to deal with them. That's not where we started. Remember, we started to weaken this regime, to devastate and take away their capabilities to be a predator in the region, support the proxies.
And the point is that all these deals that are floating around out there would do the opposite of that. They would have this temporary military action in the Middle East, this show of force, which accomplishes nothing, because then the deal that comes out of it is Iran ends up being better off than they were before this whole thing started. Remember, when Epic Fury began, this regime was at the weakest it had ever been. If all these assets get freed up and there is no concession and they maintain their ability to either enrich uranium or keep what they have or whatever, things just get worse.
For sure, and obviously not have any nuclear capability whatsoever, and reduce this ballistic missile program quite substantially. And the idea was to weaken the regime and militarily and also economically, that at some point it's on a pathway to collapse. And we're going to leave that up to the Iranian people to assist them in doing just that.
And that doesn't happen if we pay them.
But if we cut a deal here with giving them unfrozen assets, billions and billions of dollars, that enables them to recover, and it extends their lifeline. That's not where we started on this thing. It seems to me that we've been trying to get a deal for 6 weeks now. The military operation would largely have been over.
And that's been the entire plan. The idea that Trump and Israel are sitting there on the sidelines thinking to themselves, gee, it's been 6 weeks. Maybe we'll get a deal out of the 7th week. I feel really confident. Maybe we're going to have one now. Maybe the Iranians that have agreed to nothing for the last month and a half are going to all of a sudden agree to everything tomorrow. No, there are other things happening behind the scenes that we don't understand, being on the outside, looking in. And when President Trump says we're at the precipice of success or total failure, he means it. And what's really happening here is he's putting pressure on Iran, because at any moment something could happen to them. That's been the case for the last 6 weeks. That is still the case. There's a reason he's waiting. He might not know what that is, but he's even said himself that if things don't happen soon, something else will.
And certainly some of the pressure that the administration feels would have been quite removed by that point, in my judgment. So, and where we are now is we can't seem to get a deal.
No.
I think we need to go back to where we started from, renew our commitment to the original goals of the regime, and conduct this combined operation with the Israelis and the United States. We're at full magazine depth. We have
right. I'm reading you guys' chat. Yeah, man. If a woman, she gets raped, like I tell you, rapists go to jail or take his dumb ass out, kill him. Keep the baby, get the baby up from an adoption. Some parents out there would like to have that baby. But if you don't want to have no kids, keep your legs closed and stay strapped. Or not get the shot. These kids not actually be here. These parents got to be better.
Exquisite intelligence over the last 6 weeks of what we need to do and where we need to do it.
And Iran knows
this. The attacks are going to be quite devastating in terms of reducing their capabilities for the future.
So, General, we got it. So, do you think that he's getting fully briefed by Admiral Cooper? Does Cooper have from your best of your estimate, does he have the confidence that you have that we could pull this off? And I understand the worry is about the Arab states and their energy sector. But we've had time to bulk it up, and the upside seems much more important than the risk on the downside.
What he's talking about there are defensive measures being put in place to protect the other Arab allies. Israel actually set up their Golden Dome, or their Iron Dome, that's their version of their missile defense over there in the UAE. So these nations are now grouping together to protect themselves against Iran. They're not able to move as quickly as the United States or Israel is. Perhaps that's part of what's going on. But listen to this.
Do you think the president has changed his mind, or there are people around him telling him that this deal is good enough? Because it sounds worse than the JCPOA.
Yeah, it's worse than Obama's deal.
Well, I don't think the president.
Well, John, you got to do your research, John.
Is going to accept a bad
No.
deal. I truly believe he's the backstop here.
Yep.
So that's number one.
And he's saying that.
Number
That's not
two,
speculation.
yes, there likely is concern about Iran's ability to retaliate against oil and Gulf infrastructure of our allies and partners. They had plenty of opportunity for 5 weeks to do that, and they were not effective at doing that. If we need to bulk up their defenses, certainly we have the capability to do that. We've done that for Israel. Israel asked us to assist with their defense, and we have done that and done that quite effectively. And I'm confident if that's needed here to assist our allies and partners to protect their oil and gas infrastructure, we can do it. The other thing is, let's give some credit to what the military operation will do in reducing their ability to retaliate.
Right.
We're almost looking at this thing as if we don't lay a glove on them. And they're going to be able to fire missiles and drones at all of that capability and destroy it and hit desalination plants. But we're going to take a lot of that capability away from them rather quickly and reduce that effectiveness. And plus, they have defenses of their own. Give you an example. The UAE's got 19 Patriot batteries.
Hey, John, take your ass to Iran, man. America, take your ass over there.
It's a lot of missiles.
In addition to the Iron Dome capability that the Israelis gave them.
So the idea that Iran is putting the entire world at risk, the idea that they are this superpower that has emerged from this conflict and is even stronger than they were before, couldn't be further from the truth. They are at their weakest. They were before this even started. Now, after all this fighting, after their infrastructure's been devastated, after they've run out of missiles, after they're losing their ability to project force at all, they've got no air force, they've got no navy. Now that all that is gone, what can they really project? They can project confidence. They can say they have a tolling apparatus in the strait that you need to negotiate with if you want to drive in and drive out of it. But that's not actually true. The truth is their tankers are getting seized when they try to break out of their little area of the world that they say they control. They're not in control. They don't control anything in the ocean. They don't have the ability to strike back at our allies like they did before this whole thing started. And the president is maintaining that he's not about to take one of these lousy deals, which we're hearing are all fake news anyways. But what do you think's going on? Do you think we're going to see something sooner rather than later? Do you think this will end peacefully? That's the hope. I will see you in the next video.
And she strangled her own children. She went to court. She obviously admitted that this happened. It's her, no shadow of a doubt. All the women are on her side because, of course, they. Oh my God, she cried in court. We're just like her. She must have gone through so much pain. The man must be the bad guy. Again, just like an unbelievable case of mass psychosis. entire Lindsay Clancy situation. Spencer Pratt just made a video on it, and there is a crazy update that we have to talk about. There are copycat child killers showing up now because of the empathy that they have for Lindsay Clancy. I'm not even exaggerating. So for those of you unaware, this is Lindsay Clancy sacrificing her children to the Aztec gods or whatever she was doing. And she strangled her own children. She went to court. She obviously admitted that this happened. It's her, no shadow of a doubt. All the women are on her side because, of course, oh my God, she cried in court. We're just like her. She must have gone through so much pain. The man must be the bad guy. Again, just like an unbelievable case of mass psychosis striking the women, mostly the leftist women of society, turning them into lobotomites. It's truly wild. So anyway, this is crazy. So this is on Fox News. These are right-wing people, conservatives. And when you listen to this, this will shock you.
So when I first started, paying attention and looking into this case, it actually broke my heart for everyone involved in this. And I hate that it takes something like this to have a real conversation about women's mental health and postpartum depression, because it is a real thing. But a lot of times it is swept.
She murdered her own children. All right. We should not be feeling bad for everyone involved. We should be feeling bad for these children that got murdered by their mother. And
right, the kids are the victim. The mother is not the victim. She's a fucking villain. Crazy shit, man. She had postpartum. She threw herself out the window. Who gives a fuck? She should have died. Kill yourself. Leave the kids alone.
Their father, who came home to see his 3 children dead. All right, that's who we should be feeling sorry for mostly.
Under the rug. Women have a lot of shame.
And look at this. And women are the victims. Isn't this unbelievable? And the victims are women, actually.
Surrounds it. People don't know how to support. And honestly, our medical healthcare system has failed women in a lot of ways. I worked as a triage nurse in an OBGYN clinic. One of the business
women for thousands of years have been having children and protecting them. Thousands of years.
What happened?
All right. But now it's our medical system failing them.
Busiest ones in the city of Spokane, Washington. And people would be shocked if you knew the calls that I got, the women that came in. There is a reason that there is a safe place that a lot of hospitals have where women can come bring their baby to keep it safe and keep it alive if they are feeling any of these feelings.
Okay. So to make it clear,
yeah,
what we have over there, okay, and what is going on and what we are dealing with the women being able to give their babies into the nurses, that's so they could sleep after giving birth. Okay, that's if they're depressed and they can't like physically take care of them because they're weak and shit and in pain and they just went through some surgeries or C-sections or whatever. They're able to give the babies into the nursery at the hospital to take care. That is not the same as if they don't give them, they will literally strangle them to death. Okay, just want to point that out.
It's a real thing. And it happens probably more than people even realize. I am a mom of 3 boys. If you have some of these postpartum symptoms, they can tend to get worse with each child as well. So you have to be your own advocate. You have to be proactive. And if you do not have people in your life that understand that or know how to get you the help that you need, this stuff is real. And we need to address it in this country. A lot of times women are given the baby and they're shoved out of the hospital.
Look who the victim is. The victim is this lady and women and this lady.
And said, good luck,
Yeah, wow. And surrounded by her panel of women. It's
right, because, okay, let me put this up here. Let's see. Yeah. Sanity shouldn't matter when you murder 3 kids. Right, she murdered the kids. All of a sudden now she regrets it. She's saying no, that's BS, man. Throw her up under the jail or take her up out of here. She deserves to die, man. Them 3 kids. Now she wants somebody to feel sorry for. Hell no. She should be in jail.
It's truly incredible.
Or taken up out of here.
Incredible stuff. It's everyone else's fault, actually. Oh my God. All right, this lady needs to be executed. Not her, obviously, but the Lindsay Clancy needs to be executed. It is crazy. And people are rightfully calling her out for this garbage, by the way. My heart breaks for the children she systematically executed one by one, not for the woman. Spencer Pratt says, I think most normal people's hearts break for, the 3 defenseless toddlers she strangled to death and the father who found them face down in the basement. I could be wrong, though. And I'm really glad that people are pushing back on this obvious psychotic breakdown of these people who were emotionally women who were emotionally manipulated by the masses, because that is literally what we're dealing with. We are dealing with a huge case of women getting psychologically and emotionally manipulated by the masses, and that's it. That's why they got Candace Owens supporting them too. All right, you got all these people. All right, now the judge threw out the request for a mistrial. They actually wanted a mistrial on this case.
Welcome back. Breaking moments ago, the judge rejecting a request from Lindsay Clancy's defense for a mistrial. Let's go live to the courthouse. Donna Rotuno, criminal defense attorney and host of the Crime and Justice with Donna Rotuno podcast, is back with us. Donna, we understand this request for a mistrial has already been shut down by the judge. What do you make of it?
All right.
That's correct, Jillian. I was expecting that to happen, but Mr. Reddington...
Yeah, W judge shut down a mistrial for a case of murder. Wow.
Has to make sure he preserves his client's rights on appeal, and he has to make sure he raises these issues. I think he gave them a pass last week when...
Angela, child of God, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Bringing back your asylums. Prayers back in school, and the Bible. Prayers and Bible back in the school. Period. On the real. I'm gonna start playing this guy more. How you pronounce it? Nux. I'm gonna start playing him more.
The mother-in-law testified, Patrick Clancy's mother, Susan, testified, and she was asked about her Catholic faith. The judge took a break. The judge told the prosecutors not to go into that again. He instructed the jury not to consider it. And now again today, there was an issue raised with the prosecution's expert on rebuttal about what Lindsay said regarding go be with God. And so now again, Mr. Reddington raised the issue with the court, saying they are bringing it up again. They were already admonished last.
Saying go be with God apparently was a reason for potentially giving it a mistrial.
Last week, the judge said he was going to admonish the jury to discount that argument and that evidence, and that he was going to bring them back tomorrow. So it was the right thing to do that Mr. Reddington asked for the mistrial, but I'm not surprised by the actual ruling by the judge, because
just insane, just absolute insanity. Now, again, there are copycats, of course, because this is a actual psychosis it's a cognitohazard psychosis, and this does affect women. This has affected women for generations. There are ancient Greek cases of women that started committing suicide and getting a lot of attention, and other women would follow to also commit suicide, until eventually they did something horrible they dragged the corpses of the women that killed themselves through the streets naked and stuff. And then all the women were like, it's pretty gross. And they stopped doing that. Realistically, this is a thing that happened. I see people in my chat talking about IQ. This has nothing to do with IQ, obviously. This has to do with the fact that men and women are different, and women are more emotional than men. Literally, that is a literal fact. All right. And the truth is, realistically, women are more empathetic than men. And that's a good thing in the context of taking care of children. Usually not in Lindsay Clancy's case, obviously, but in the context of things like that, obviously it's very important. However, when it comes to leading a nation or being a judge or stuff like that, it is not a good thing, actually, generally speaking. And it does have the side effect of making, more often than not, it's more likely that a woman will be emotionally manipulated than a man. So inspired by Lindsay Clancy, a mom slashed the throats of her 3 children. The 5-month-old 3-year-old didn't make it. Miraculously, the 1-year-old survived in the hospital now with his father. Incredible stuff. Incredible that all of a sudden this became some sort of social contagion, that they're just doing it now. It's crazy. It's insanity. Now, Spencer Pratt, I think this dude's a dark horse candidate. I'm not going to lie. This dude is going to absolutely become massive at some point. He's already pretty massive, but he's only going to become massiver. Everyone is talking about this video that he posted. Oy vey, can you use a new cash infusion in your life? The answer is obviously yes. Don't be a brokey. Download Cash Kick right now. Link is in the description if you want to literally earn money by playing games. Sitting on the toilet, make a couple bucks with Cash Kick. Listening to a Nux video on the sorry state of society? Download Cash Kick. Are you black-pilled? Well, get rich. Use Cash Kick. Are you created and honestly necessary? Back to the video.
The internet was a mistake. We have officially broken bad.
Oh,
Recently,
shit.
a married mother of 3 young children was grappling with postpartum psychosis, not just depression, but psychosis. She was committed to a psych ward for a brief stay.
What up, Norris?
But she lied her way out of it and made her way back home. When her husband left the house to go get food, she took her 3 young babies into the basement, lined them up, and one by one wrapped an exercise band around their neck and strangled them to death. Now, strangulation is very difficult, even with a toddler. It takes a lot of force and a lot of time. It's a very intimate way to kill somebody, which is probably why she turned the kids face down as she did it. She didn't have to watch the life drain out of their panicked eyes as she choked them out. It takes about 3 to 5 minutes to choke a toddler to death, so the third child had to stand there and watch their siblings die for about 10 minutes before it was their turn. After Mama had finished killing all of her kids.
All right, Officer Jim. You said Nux is a sicko. Welcome to the channel. What makes him a sicko? Because you might be one.
He is an expert at describing.
Name is Deontay. Welcome to the chat again.
This shit. I'm telling you, man, this dude has a massive future in American politics. National treasure.
She promptly went upstairs.
But the voices told him to do it. She's actually the victim. She's actually the victim, guys.
Slashed her own wrist, jumped out the second floor window to off herself. Well, the snow outside cushioned her fall. The cold slowed her vitals, so she merely fractured her spine, paralyzing her, but she ultimately survived.
Been watching them off and
When her
on.
husband came home with dinner, he called out for the kids and his wife. Nobody answered. He went upstairs thinking maybe she was bathing the kids. When he got to the bedroom, he saw blood splattered everywhere and the window wide open. To his horror, he saw his wife on the ground outside paralyzed. He asked where the kids were, and his heart sank when she murmured, "In the basement." He was on the phone with 911 when he discovered his dead babies. So there's a recording of his screams as he turned over his dead children, seeing their blue faces and their eyeballs nearly bursting from the sockets. The man naturally moved far away in a desperate attempt to reset his life somehow, and his wife is on trial for murder. And women on TikTok are supporting her. Go ahead, look around.
That's right, baby. This is the nightmare. The real nightmare, yeah, some people are just fucked up and crazy, and they do horrible, crazy, unbelievably fucked up, disgusting, crazy shit. That's one thing. But that they're supporting her. Then you wonder why the Salem witch trials were a thing, man. Asher is Pat. Thanks for the 1,000 bits.
If you dare, you will see hundreds of psychotic women supporting Lindsay Clancy, blaming the husband.
All right, he did it. Patrick did it.
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty.
That's
He
right,
did it.
Candy.
He did it.
Patrick's the one who did it.
Cantifa supporting
Not
her.
Lindsay. Patrick did it.
Lindsay Clancy's birth chart. Just following all their birth charts.
Yeah, the women don't realize this, but this is just the beginning. They're going to lose their rights. And society will heal itself. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Charts and birthdays and zodiac signs.
I've already gone over the forensic astrology charts that show that the perpetrator is a male.
Women typically don't strangle.
I'm telling you all right now, when the South Node goes into Cancer,
He's a Gemini man.
They poison or drown them.
I can't wait for this man to be humbled and for karma to do its thing.
Donald Trump.
Because, of course, in this dystopian social media era, everything is a conspiracy. Nothing is real. Bad things don't happen. Every real story is just Fed slop. The real story is some convoluted, nefarious plot by the Jews.
What? No! He actually went there. Dude, this dude's a patriot, by the way. This dude is a absolute freaking patriot. Holy schmiblets. I didn't know he was going to go there, but he's right. Oh, brother's a G. Sounds like Nux. Listen, man, whenever I say it's the Jews, it's like, oh, maybe Nux is only saying that because he gets all that in his feed because, like, people accuse him of controlling Moroccans to invade Spain or something. But nope. No Perino. It's an actual... Dude, people have been doing this shit, like, when it comes to the Jews for a long time. All right, I'm just saying.
That's so crazy.
Whatever the opposite of Occam's razor is, that's TikTok. We have lost our damn minds. I really think that COVID fried people's
I've been saying it again. I think Rubio Pratt would be a generational ticket.
brains and that they've simply never recovered. We were gaslit to hell, of course. Dr. Tony Fauci funded the development of the virus. He lied about the lab leak.
So it came from a wet market in the same place where there's this huge lab that does all the kind of development of exactly what this thing is. That's some coincidence.
They lied about the threat to kids. They locked everyone down.
I wear a mask to school. I wear a mask to school.
It was like some horrendous globalized Stanford prison experiment. Our institutions completely eviscerated their own reputation and dignity.
That's right.
Gavin Newsom locked us down and then had a fancy dinner with friends at the French Laundry. The science told us that if you went paddleboarding alone in the middle of the ocean, you needed to be arrested for killing grandma. But of course, if you riot with 500,000 people, that's totally fine because viruses...
That's fighting for their civil rights. The virus love black people.
Take a time out when it comes to social justice. Our institutions so thoroughly destroyed any semblance of credibility that they ever had, and frankly,
several U.S. states have recently approved measures to incorporate the Bible stories and Christian teaching into public school classrooms. The Texas State Board of Education voted 9-5 in June 2026 to approve a mandate reading list that includes a dozen of biblical texts for students across various grades levels, taking effect in 2031. The legal and public debate, constitutional standards. Under the Supreme Court, U.S. Department of Education guidelines, public schools can teach about the Bible as literature, history, civics in an objective seminar manner, but they cannot cross it into religion, structure, or worship. Yeah. Let's see. What else? Criticism. Opponents and civil groups argued that mandating reading breached the separation of church and state, favor Christianity over other faiths, and violate the First Amendment. Oh well. Yeah, he's an idiot. Get Zane up out of here.
they don't deserve that trust anymore. But we've devolved into a buffoonish, low-trust society where now people see conspiracy and malice in literally every corner of human life. Nothing is real, but everything is real. But beyond that,
nothing is real. Everything is real. Man, bro.
It's something darker. It's not just that we've allowed ourselves to believe the craziest things. It's not that we've just jettisoned our critical thought. We've lost our humanity. Look at the animals who people are now celebrating openly. Luigi Mangione shot a healthcare CEO in the back.
Thank you guys so much, man. Thank you for the super chat, the likes, the subs. You guys are great and a blessing. This will be the last video when this video ends for today. It's 4 hours and 27 minutes we've been streaming. Thank you guys. And because we've been streaming this long, we have generated 6,641 views. Thank you guys. 6,041 views. 6,641 views. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Communists celebrated him. Women openly gushed over him and still do. Even as he's pled guilty, they still simp for him. Now, I know women have always been crazy. All famous murderers get love letters in prison, so it's not exactly a new phenomenon.
Angela, thank you. Thank you, Angela, for the silver star. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
About daddy issues another time. That's not what this is. This is something more sinister. What explains the outpouring of love for the mom who strangled her kids? Why are people trying so hard to exonerate her? When some criminal migrant masturbates in front of children at a public beach, the dads rightfully beat the shit out of him. But a woman suffering with suicidal empathy intervenes.
Right. Over 6 hours?
That's right.
Man.
It's crazy. I'm literally saying this shit constantly. All right. Yes. These women are being emotionally manipulated on a industrial level by the colleges.
Doggy boy, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Name's Deunta. Welcome. Facts over feelings.
Social media, in my opinion, possibly by foreign influence. There's a reason why Qatar is giving trillions.
You from Boston? I'm from Chicago. Live in Rockford. Welcome.
of dollars to our universities. And I don't think it's because they want us to become social workers. Okay. All right. It is unreal that this is and we've like just let them be unchecked. We've given them all the power in the world, just allowing them unchecked to do whatever. All right. Where we have to say, yes, queen. All right. Literally. Oh, your fake reality is true.
I can't read in
The left
cursive, no.
lives on a fake reality. That's how they operate. All right. Men can be women. Women can be men. Men and women are equal in sports and in boxing and in basketball. And
Living in real estate,
literally,
man,
we are
over
living
there,
in
so.
in a society where half of the country does not believe in reality. Literally.
Child sex offender? When you see an invasion of Spain, you see a woke woman gleefully waving the invaders in. Is this what matriarchy looks like? Where this kind of suicidal empathy that exploits the noble virtue of unconditional maternal compassion and perverts it towards the criminal dregs of society?
Bro is literally saying Nuxianism after Nuxianism. This is insane.
Because wokeness now supersedes all normal virtue? We've heard that expression. It's a face that only a mother can love. I know I always heard it. We all know that unconditional maternal love, that superpower that God imbued into our mothers to make sure they loved us, irrationally loved us, so they didn't toss us into the damn river as babies when we're crying all night long for months on end. Their maternal love must supersede all reason and normal emotion in order to make sure that they can even make.
But what if society tells them that they shouldn't have children, and if they accidentally get pregnant, they should abort their children? What if society literally grooms women to manipulate their instincts, have maternal love for the invaders, but literally to kill their own babies?
Get through. But now that irrational love isn't pointed at our own vulnerable children. It's been reallocated towards whatever group the algorithm has designated as the vulnerable class. Criminal migrants, drug addicts on the street, any and all of the worst cretins of the planet get full feminine favor and protection as long as they're not the ultimate Satan, the white male. The hijacking of the maternal instinct didn't start with social media.
Right.
It goes way back to 1995 when she watched Dead Man Walking as a teenager. When that film planted the seed that vile criminals deserve her heartfelt tears.
Don't execute this man. You can stop this from happening, sir.
Then Dexter injected it with steroids. This is the prolonged conditioning that accelerated with the ascendance of the Byronic hero. We got so cute with finding redeeming qualities in irredeemable villains. Gone are the days of the true bad guy. Now, the cinematic vanguard is in love with finding the humanity in the bad guy.
He's right. Every single new Disney movie is about how the bad guy's actually just a misunderstood good guy. He is cooking.
Telling the sympathetic origin story. Our parents had superheroes. We have anti-heroes.
Goddamn right.
Breaking Bad was so brilliant, but it made us cheer on a narcissistic, murderous, criminal drug kingpin who destroyed his family over money. When Tim Burton did Batman, the Joker was a lunatic. But now the Joker gets his own movie where he's the hero and the climax of the film.
Right. The Joker supposed to be misunderstood. All along, the dude is an agent of chaos. Sad. He right. They made every person that was bad to look good, to make them the victim. They made the fucking Joker the victim. And people went with it. I didn't see it. I'm a huge comic book and Batman fan. But I didn't even go see none of the Joker movies. And not because of what he's talking about, but he just, I guess my spirit was like, nope, don't go see it. It's not needed. I'm glad I didn't. Holly weird.
It was him murdering the orderlies at the asylum. The arts dog-walked us here over decades with films and television that inverted the paradigm of normal virtue. Cops are the bad guys, outlaws are the heroes, and man, do you see that manifesting in reality today. Scrolling through Mommy Sloop TikTok is an exercise in...
Yep, it's in the Bible. What's good, they're going to turn it evil. Make it bad. That's crazy, man. Democrats are straight demons, man.
Pure insanity. Whatever this woke social media blob has done to the modern mind, it's gone far beyond internet sleuthing, and it's spawned an entire generation of hollow-out, depraved crazies. What about all the goblins celebrating the communists who shot Charlie Kirk?
That's
You
right.
have insane influencers making a fortune
right.
off shamelessly exploiting his death.
Dude, this guy's insane. Does he miss? Does he ever miss?
Tying them.
I've been supporting this man since day one.
Themselves in knots with the most convoluted Rube Goldberg bullshit explanations to try and deny something we all saw in 4K and wish we didn't. It was an exploding mic.
He had a rigged microphone.
And they timed it precisely to the millisecond with the fake gunshot from the patsy.
The shaped charge was actually supposed to hit him in the chest.
There were Jews hiding under the grass. It was French special forces. Just the craziest, most unhinged shit imaginable. And people believe it. Anything but what actually happened. Anything but the most obvious, straightforward explanation. The woke communists you saw on camera who have prints on the rifle killed an anti-communist leader because communists are violent lunatics. That's it.
Yeah.
We have a communist violence problem. But psychos on the internet have made an entire cottage industry around denying and exploiting it.
We're not morons.
But what's so much worse than these crazy conspiracies is how it
Our words razor, ladies and gentlemen.
drives people to abandon their basic.
We're not morons. Okay. All right. We're not morons. Okay. Put the genie back in the Bible. All right. She is the cream of the pie.
Human decency. It goes from just asking questions to demonizing a grieving widow, celebrating her husband's violent death. It's so much worse than just absolving the actual murderer and trying to sabotage the trial. These people have a bloodlust. What have you become when you celebrate an assassination like this? I don't care what your politics are. This was a father, a loving husband. You know, I was in D.C. in an interagency meeting when that communist shot Charlie. I was there advocating for the Palisades, trying to get things done to help us rebuild when everyone's phones started buzzing. Now, I never knew Charlie, but some of the president's cabinet members were with us, agency heads, people who were friends with Charlie and had worked with him for years, and they were devastated. It was one of the most grotesque and shocking moments I've ever seen in American history, but the reactions that followed were far more grotesque and reveal a sad report on where we are as a country. Teachers mocking his death, drag queens putting on assassination fashion shows. Who are these demons? What have we allowed ourselves to become?
That's right.
We have been so thoroughly demoralized, I fear that we can't get any lower. These things have fried our brains. Politicians have become full-time influencers and utter clowns, gesture gooning instead of campaigning. We dress like slobs. We shrug away drug addicts defiling themselves on our streets. We celebrate murders and lawlessness with alacrity. We have no dignity anymore, and I don't know how we get it back.
Holy shit. He is cooking. I mean, I think we're all we all understand what's going on here. If we are, if you believe in God, all right, then you understand that this is a spiritual war. And it's diabolical. And the truth is, I believe that we've had a spiritual war in every generation. Every generation, we've had this same fight where basic different virtues have been perverted by evil in order to destroy us every single time. And we're going to win. That's the way this wraps up. This wraps up with us winning. All right. I have faith that that is actually how this ends up.
Amen, brother.
And I think obviously on a micro level, every single one of us needs to be the change we want to see in the world, as cringe as that sounds. You need to go out there, get married, have children, and raise them right. All right. That's ultimately what needs to be done. And we'll vote. We will elect people because we live in a democracy, unfortunately, not a constitutional republic or something. So we will elect people that will represent us better. And as time goes on, we will eradicate these people. All right. We will not back down. We will win. We will destroy them, and we will destroy evil. I think announcing evil is important. I think destroying the evil among us is great too, which is why I've been calling Candace Owens out from the very beginning. I mean, I didn't need the Charlie Kirk saga for me to know that she was evil. I think people need to be a lot more upfront and fair about understanding the evil among us. All right. Go out there, preach the gospel, get married, have families, have children. All right. Because the left isn't. The left is literally a death cult. They don't have children.
Right. They want to kill the children.
Respect. They castrate themselves. They abort their children. And unironically, they are dying out. Whether they like it or not, we are the future. God is good. Deus Vult. This video is sponsored by you brave heterosexuals out there. Because my channels are fully demonetized by YouTube because they have an aversion and allergy to honesty. If you want to support me, I have a Patreon. It's linked in my description. And it is literally my source of income right now. I post exclusive content there like Adventure Time analyses and other things that...
That's crazy. This man got 1.9. This man got like damn near 2 million He got 2 million subscribers and he's not monetized. Wow, YouTube is something else. I'm gonna get like 2,000 subscribers and I'm monetized. Oh boy. Holy shit. This man got millions of subscribers and he's not monetized because YouTube is on bullshit. That's fucked up. Let me see. I'm not knocking them. But you would know if a person's monetized when you go to the 3 dots to the right, where it says save, share, and all that. You can go to the 3 dots and you will see if they have a heart with a money sign in it. If it's a heart with a money sign in it, that means that they're getting paid for that video or their channel is monetized. I'm not here to knock nobody, millions of followers or no followers. I'm not knocking nobody. But YouTube is very hard to get into. They got it right now where you got to get 8,000 watch hours to join and to be fully monetized. 1,000 subscribers and 8,000 watch hours. At first, it was just 1,000 and 4,000 watch hours. Now, it's about to be 8,000. And you got to get 8,000 by February 1st, 2027. What's up, babe? So what's going on? So what we got to do? Okay. Okay, babe. We got the money. All right. What's up? Mm-hmm. Excuse me, chat. Let me call you back, baby. Hold on. Just hold on. Let me go and end this right quick. All right, chat. I'll try to stay a little bit longer, but my wife needs me. We'll catch you guys later. Thank you. Thank you.